without you seeing me until I go live on YouTube. Now I'm live. All right. Okay, now I'm officially live. All right. Yeah, there I am. Now I get it. It's allowing me to preview. So, all right. So I could see and see myself and everything. Okay. Now I am live. All right. All right. So this is a very long, drawn out story. We're more into the spiritual. We're definitely telling a story here. So, and this is about definitely about a husband, and this is also about a wife. And this is definitely based on a real story, real events, but there's also spiritual lessons involved. So, but at the same time, as I'm, telling this very long story, which is going to actually extend into other areas, I will be receiving calls, so I'll have to like work as well. Yes, I'm going to be working. So, yeah, I'm not going to actually like tell a story straight through. But I never do anyway. But I tell as much as I can. Oh, what else? Um, People really like um, my approach on TikTok about spirituality. So for some reason, the way that this past, I guess, time that I went live, they really caught on to the Bhagavad Gita. But I've also been doing a little bit of performing as well from time to time. So I think that, I'm winning the hearts of TikTok. So also my watch hours are actually going up. So I'm definitely like the channel is growing, it's improving. People are stopping in. People every now and then, will drop in and say hello. So it's definitely something I have to work with here. I'm just going to continue to get better, like work and get better. Also, at some point, my scenery is going to change again, and I think I'm going to like it because I'll have some space to move, to I guess move about. Right now, I mean, it's not bad. It's just that I'm going to, it's going to be a little bit more, have a little bit more space, and the lives have become more fluent as I'm figuring out, how to sign in. So, so I schedule, and when I push live from my software, they're allowing me. YouTube is allowing me to preview first, like it shows me first, and then then when I think everything is nice and wonderful, I press go live on YouTube, and then YouTube lets me stream, or YouTube will let you see the stream. I like that. I get a practice run. So YouTube, has some things right. Some things are right. So that's a good thing. Um, Wrong. Yeah, that's out of juice. Let's see. Yeah, that's all right. There we go. So I got to have some light going on here. For however long it's gonna last. Okay. Well, I could maybe plug it. I could plug it in. There. Got some light going on here. There. That shadow is crazy. I can't believe these things are that bright. My other lights don't even do that. Okay, I'm gonna try to work with that. I'll leave it like this for a little while. Maybe it's because I have this thing shining. Hold on. Oh, that's why I have it shining up at me. Okay. Back it. Ah, much better. There we go. I don't know how it's gonna last because it's there. Now I can see why I wanted to. In terms of depth, well, not a huge difference. It's just because it's this seems better, even though it's got the shadow. I will live. There. And that might be the reason. I think it also needs energy, needs some juice, but it's not. The cord is not long enough to reach. So yeah, it seems to be much brighter when I plug it in for some reason. Unless it's just me thinking that. Okay, so anyways, I'm gonna leave that alone. So and tell my story. Okay, so this is going to be have to be broken up in streams. I will tell as much a story as I can, and um, the story is also meant to represent man and woman. Okay, so or that how I'm telling the story, and we might have to actually come up and name a person. We might have to name individuals. Um, uh, this could be any man. This could be any woman. It's kind of a story where you know you can hear the story blindfolded, but it I'm telling this story in the realm of African traditional storytelling. So, which why should that matter? I don't think it does. It's not a big deal. And besides, I read many of the things and many of the stories I talk about is from an American point of view or a European point of view because it's very Romanesque, the stories that I tell a lot of the times. So this is just, just think of it as a story that is universal. This story could be told in any culture, and it can represent any people. But the nature of this story, it's fitting for this particular culture that I'm going to utilize for a while. At least for, I don't know if it's for a few days. I don't know how long this will be, but because it's a journey. It's not just a story, but it's a metaphysical journey. So anyway, so so um, so clearly the story is about men and women as it's described. And what's interesting about this story is that in a way that you hadn't even expected. So things are going to flow in a way that you hadn't even expected. So things are going to flow in a way that you would have never thought that it would have. Um, so what's interesting is I mean this journey does one thing for certain, guides the two persons, two individuals in love across the world, because it's not central in Africa where like the events began to take place. It's just there's a connection. There is a connection to Africa because as these two are actually meeting, um, they they are in contact, they're communicating, but they're in two different countries. In fact, on two different continents. One is made their peace in Europe, and and is well established, have their own profession, is just living life and having worked so very hard for everything that they have. I'm still saying they because I'm not ready to identify the couple yet. So this is just sort of setting everything up. People do fall in love. Man and woman do fall in love genuinely, and they do want to really have the life. They want the life. They want everything that life has to offer. They want everything that the dream has to offer. Furthermore, oftentimes they want what the individual has to offer. But one thing is for certain. I'm like in my thoughts. I do believe that when people make like decisions that turn their life, into something different than what they created and what they even imagined, I have no doubts that they felt good at the time, that they felt right, that wow, they do genuinely, truly love the person. To pick up your whole entire existence, your life, and to uproot everything, because you also think, Okay, so there's many aspects. There's a society, but within society there are many cultures, especially when you're thinking in Western cultures where there are melting pots. There are different cultures. You literally, when you pick up and you go from to one state to another state, yes, you're leaving one culture, one societal culture that's that's developed in its own norms, and go entering into another society. Still, I mean, it's same country, either be the Western country, United States. Now we're thinking broader than this. So if a person can do that, then therefore they could do something like, from one country to another. You know, uh, they're not just okay. Let me get my belongings and let me sell the house, or let me see if I can work and get out of my lease early, or let my lease run out, and then take all their belongings and they're putting in the storage, and they're moving into the house of the person whom they're hoping to develop a life with. Mm, I mean, it can be well planned. It's well planned as it is. That even makes it more credible what I'm saying. That people do uh, not just pick up their entire life, but they will leave one culture and enter another. For someone who they believe they're, like when they believe that they're in love, they will leave what they know behind. And of course, that's exactly what's expected. That's part of the, when you fall in love story, it's about when you move on with your life, you consider lucky. It's considered positive, it's considered beneficial, and you do it. And it's supposed to be, it's described as that scary feeling is, I hope you dance, that, and when no, don't be afraid of the mountains. I hope that when you stand by the ocean, cause you to feel still small. That's faith healed. I hope you dance. So, so that the whether you call it butterflies, which I think is different. I think butterflies is different from just outright the nervousness, or the racking of your nerves of, I hope, like, you hope that you're doing the right thing by, you know taking up what you know and move. And sometimes it's not where it's like, and especially modern day, women are like, well, I have a lot to lose, you should have a lot to lose, so if we're gonna move, we're gonna, first of all, we're gonna move into a house that neither of us had before. Like, I sell my house, you sell your house, and then we're gonna move into, or y'all keep, some people don't want to keep both houses because sometimes lovers will see this as kind of like a doorway. Like, it gets, every time it gets hot, you go to this other house, especially if that other house is associated with another love, an ex, even, especially an ex, as the other house. And typically, either the woman will say, okay, well, I could keep my house and you come live with me. They kind of put it like that away. That gives leverage where, look, if something happens, you know, I'll make you go rent out a room, but not you go back to your house nice and cozy, but that she'll stay in her house. Of course, the dynamics could play the other way, where the guy's all smiling, Mr. Smiles, until she moves in. Then a week later, he's like Mr. Grumpy. You should find, and then it's like, oh gosh, I thought this was gonna work, but I picked up and I moved across state lines for this, and this is not even what I expected. This is not. I didn't even know that this person's gonna change like that. So that happens. Then we want to stay on the same track of love. We're just looking at the scenarios here. But when we stay on time with love, okay, we just say, Okay, when we think about just outright just love by herself, people will say, okay, if we both are going to do this, I've got a house, I'm in a place to stay, you have a place to stay, you got a house, I've got a career, you've got a career. So you don't have to abandon your career. I'm not going to abandon my career. Let's just get a place, we invest in that place, and then we begin gradually putting everything in there. And they can decide if they want to rent out the houses. Some people rent it out. They keep the houses. Somebody pass on the house to a family member. Or they might sell it, sell their homes, and just have that one. And then invest in other things together. So sometimes what I'm hearing, couples, just when they talk about this, I like the couples that they're in a position in their world. Not everyone can like flip the entire script on its head like that. Like leave your old life literally behind, which I call, we used to call that, for those who are messianic, it's called writing or writing over, where you leave your entire life and you join your wing and you fly together. I mean, you literally leave your entire life. Like you're like hello, and they act like they don't know you, type stuff. And that's used to be called ghosting. We would say that person's a ghost. Like you'll see them and they literally behave like a ghost, and they like, I mean, when they go, it's like they disappeared, and you're like, the person acts like they like considered a ghost, crossed over, righted over, and they join their other half. They live their life. The old jokes think they don't know. All of a sudden, they don't know what you're talking about. Like like thought we were friends. Like nope. Have another life. That's not me. I'm not that person. I'm not who. Like, isn't that your name? And I look at you and like a computer. So that's how they. I think they still do it. They might still do it. They don't. I'm pretty sure somebody. I think it's still around. But anyway, so they enter into their brand new life and leave the old one behind. They have their careers, and they go on and they go on to have their families and things like that. So you just have the whole world ahead of them and new opportunities. Sometimes, oftentimes, it comes with new opportunities. I love when people ask, they say, so how is my new career is going to happen? Am I going to be settled in? Because I'm taking on a new position. They're allowing me to, wrap up maternity leave. And is their love okay? And how will the parents, the grandparents embrace them? I love readings that happen, that are fortunate, enough, to experience that sort of bridging. But all love in all its forms are beautiful, are appreciated. Even if, the certain things must happen over time, like getting to know family members, the in-laws, and so forth. So anyway, so I'm just describing, so this fits up the nature that these two individuals from two different countries, clearly one being from the continent of Africa and the other one being from the continent of Europe. And let me see. 1 second. Y pantalón. Um, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Um, which ones are? Oh yeah, I'm up to 89,000. So I'm gonna be in the 90,000 percentile. So right now, I mean, I'm kind of going viral in slow motion on TikTok. I'm going viral on TikTok in slow motion. So I've been like for the past month, I've been in the high, I guess like it's so I've been I checked it was like I was like 60,000 and I was like, oh, it's gonna stop right there, and then now I'm at so nearly throughout the month now it's up to 89,000. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna actually break. I'm gonna get my first video that's 100,000 views. I can't believe it. So anyway, that's I love that. Um, so let's see what else is going on here. Wow. Okay, so my view times viewership watch time is definitely going up. It's doing something. Oh, okay. So the couple that I'm describing here, so clearly, um, it appears that their intentions for meeting someone, the intentions of wanting to be in love or wanting love or just wanting a different lifestyle. But to me, it appears that both people have full on successful lives. They have their lives. And I guess that one part that they're, I guess, expecting, um, at least they're expecting this, the love life to become more into focus. I think they both are leading very comfortable lives, making their money, having independence, and generally being happy. Because if they're gonna fall in love, and the type of love that leads to, I would say like a on record marrying, I'm going to assume that they were they were in a good place, they're in a good space in their own lives, and making this decision. So, oh yes, to give it away. Uh, well, their love takes them across the waters. So when we talked about people having their own homes, these people in two different continents decide to go to a different continent to fall in love, which that would be the United States. That's what brought them to the United States of America. So someone from Europe, and then another one from the continent of Africa, and then to uh, the continent North America, but specifically America. They end up in America together. So, um, oh, and they just and they fell in love. They loved. So anyway, so that's what the conversations are going to be about, but it's going to happen in story form. Um, Also, in the midst of this, you know, where, okay, so now we have to consider that clearly, out of life, life is giving them what they wanted, right? So these two people in love, you know, they're being blessed. Everything that they ever hoped for, everything that they ever expected, shouldn't we say that God has given them everything that they could have ever have asked for? We could say that. We could say that. And this could be the best, one of the best days, memorable days for them, for themselves in this life. In, well, yes, in this lifetime. You could say that. And I'm already telling you right now, this is not a gold digging situation. Like we do speak on like people who do marry, they want to get off the block, they marry somebody and they're able to have another lifestyle, a different type of lifestyle. Even a lifestyle that you might find, that helps them to get out of their mediocrity and then go into a marriage that gives them a minimal of, you know, having a home, a house to take care of, full of sound and music and laughter. You know, you got to read between the lines sometime. That could be the case. That could be the case. But I want to spoil alert this one. I'm going to first, I'm going to identify a gender. So the female, obviously, we talk about a man and a woman. The female here is actually, though she is from the continent of Africa, she's established her life and have built a life for herself and has acquired her finances, very good with money, in Europe. She has, expensive possessions of her own that she, has of her own. She has her own furniture. He doesn't have to go with her. Oh, honey, we're gonna buy new furniture for our new house. No, I have furniture, expensive, nice furniture, and it's from here. It might even, you know, have a bit of, elegant touch to it. No. So it's like, so imagine, so she's moving from Europe, coming across from Europe to America, and she's acquired, secured the furniture. That's good. That's a good thing. Um, and also they are securing a house, a nice house that's going to have nice furniture from Europe, by the way. The kind of furniture is like, we can't just storage it, we're not going to sell it. This is very nice stuff. So, and everything, belongings, possessions, and jewelry. And of course, as women do, they collect nice, fine, but they say the fine things that women like. That's, isn't that Prince? No, no. Well, Prince said that too. But what's that comedian? He's so funny. He says, he has nice things, but it's for the ladies. He's so funny. What's his name? Let me look him up. He makes me laugh. I mean, genuinely laugh. Cat Williams. Ladies man Cat Williams. He says, yeah, he has nice things. They're for ladies. Prince, that's Prince's model as well. Prince felt like that. Like he has nice, elegant things. That's for the ladies. So, so she has nice things as ladies tend to have. They acquire nice things. We got it. These things are luxurious things, and they're European. fine art and things like that. So I guess she didn't leave the entire culture behind, but whoever does, they say you can't take the country out. It's because you move the city boy to the country. You can't take the country out of the boy. So I guess that goes the same way. You can't take the city out of a city boy or girl. So uh, yeah. So as they're falling in love, all arrangements. These are serious arrangements. These are uh, life expensive problems, nice problems to have. How are you going to get your nice furniture here? Are you arranging it? They've got the finances to do it. They're like, yeah, we're going to do it. You know, so yeah. Okay, we're fine. We're on time. I think we're kind of rubbing people the wrong way. I accidentally logged in and I wasn't where I was supposed to be. I logged in, they called. I was like, oops, I'm in the wrong place. And I had to log out and I didn't come in all day yesterday, but neither did I was not scheduled. So yeah, I meant to come in today. So it's Saturday. So I'm right, but you know, uh they play too much. The problem is I know they play. I know how they play. So they we do this little petty dance. Like it's like they try to play it back to me in some way. Like I'm not playing frisbee with you. It's like, hey, you're the one that need the information. But in their mind, they're like, you're the one that needs the clients. I'm like, the clients celebrate me to you, and you don't even tell me what they said. They have to make you send the letters that they send to me. And you don't even tell me, hey, you got a lot of people saying nice things about you. They don't do anything like that. They sent one letter. One of my clients sent me a couple of things. And so the way they're like, well, we're not his secretary. We're not his accountant. Well, so I mean, when I say they do not do anything to help promote, I mean it. Well, but on the other hand, now on a human level, on a business level, human level, like we're selfish. Uh, they are famous, and so why would they you know uh, have me shine or outshine like the celebrity psychics who I'm part of a team arranged by five famous psychics from another country, by the way, Europe, and they're the stars. But I get a lot of Isaiah gets a Isaiah, you know pointy head. Isaiah gets a pointy head. Isaiah gets a lot of shine. You know, I'm Isaiah, right? With the smile. So yeah, but here's the thing: it's not personal to the psychics who are famous. It's that the receptionist, they all are get a little, you know, maybe xenophobic a little bit. I'm pretty sure, just a little, just a tad bit. I am American, and at that, I am a founder of America. So, but I'm gonna be honest with you, they did really well for the fourth. They can you imagine? You know what the fourth means, right? They're the whole reason why we have the fourth. Did you know they pay me my money on time? That sounds so weird saying from a dynamic. I feel like I'm speaking from a power dynamic. More people need to do more work outside of America. You want to feel what power dynamics feel like or is close to it? Do international work. Like days like the 4th of July that really mean something and see how it plays out. Just test it. It's the weirdest feeling. Um, but it was, I mean, I did, only thing, little clause. I didn't get anything that didn't work for. I'm just letting you know. It's just that it was treated properly. They being that it was a fourth, they could have waited to the fifth. No, they got it to me early. Like celebrate celebrate. But it's so weird because they're the reason why the fourth exists. If you don't know the whole thing, please Google it. It's let AI teach it to you. Um, but well, I'll give you a sentence. If America gains her independence, who is she dependent upon? Exactly, Europe. So yeah, it's the weirdest thing, weirdest feeling. But anyway, they did really well that day, and for the most part, they try to do real good, but it just humans, it just comes out. That side. They have their sides. They have their moments. That's the thing. You meet beautiful people until you meet them and know them, and then you gotta decide. Then you have to decide uh, mm, how much do you really need them in your life. Um, Nonetheless, um, so now they are a top company. They are a top company. They are a tight squeeze, but they are a top company. I will give them that. And I'm telling you, I've only gotten better because this took serious discipline on my part. And besides, I can copycat 5 famous psychics directly. Hello. And they've also contacted me directly. Now, there's some conflict of interest. Like sometimes these psychics have some pull. I have no pull like this. For example, the distinguishment between they and myself, I cannot contact them directly. They can contact me. They've asked me to abandon I guess the agreements that I have with the company. Right now, I'm kind of under this halo where it kind of protects me, where I feel protected. Where there's the famed psychics, but there's a filter. That's the company, and well, the psychics have wanted me directly. They're like, we want you. I want you to work directly. Yes, a famous psychic said, well, I want you, and I will take care of you. Cause I was like, and then they sent their top psychic, like psychic to tell me, like, we will pay you what you're worth. And I said, I'm gonna stay right where I'm at. And by the way, the first time that they did this, the company actually contacted me and said they're not supposed to do that. They said they like I wasn't gonna. I said no anyway, and I didn't reach out and I didn't contact. But they were like, the company was saying, they're not supposed to do that. We caught this and that, they were like, it's like they were testing me. They're like, well, if you did, besides, they don't pay as much as we pay you more, and I'm like, if that means they weren't going to pay me a thing if they're going to pay me less than what you pay me. So they weren't going to pay me a thing because it's not. I mean, in terms of when you're speaking in language of if they're going to pay you less than what they're paying, that's not nothing I want to sign up for. Um, so, and they don't have an advancing structure as well. Like there's no growing, there's no expand. I mean, you can expand, but I have to be honest with you. As my clients have grown, my the income the rate in that I'm paid has grown significantly. So I have to speak to that as well. But there's no structure. Like there's no you're never going to outshine the psych the famous psychics. Um, but yeah, so yeah, they've tried that a few times. So so since I didn't accept it, I still accept clients from them, and clients have sometimes said, "Well, we didn't see you on their site, so I just checked another site because there's five famous sites, so there's five different sites. So I just went to the other site and found you that you're on, so I see you." That's like so when I hear things like that, or when I hear things like, "Oh, did you receive my message? Did you receive my letter? It was me thanking you. I sent it to so and so." Like the clients know all these so and so's who I don't even know, but the clients know them. So which goes to say, I was supposed to be like the pretty thing, like the butterfly. Follow the butterfly. I think that I was supposed to look good, but not be seen, not be heard really. And yeah, they're like, "Oh yeah, I spoke to this person, like this person. Yes, yes, she was very kind, and she said she's gonna do this. I never heard of the person. Well, she's gonna get this to you, and yeah, there's only two people besides people who have tried to. I mean, the famous psychics, and along with people who are like, I guess, very close to people who are psychics. Like, we'll just let psychics tell you a psychic is psychic and kind of get you to come on over here. And like, it's too. It's I would okay. So what I would have my expectations was, why don't you all just work together and you talk with them about creating a contract that's seductive enough. Give it, let me read it over, and if my team, if I would say if my team felt good about it, like this is a great opportunity for you. Look, we're going to present this to you. Then I would take it, but they don't work like that. They don't have a ladder up. They don't have a ladder direction. So that is the truth. On the other hand, my client is tell is growing and the experience is growing, which led to me entering into a very big company here in the US that is I'm high tier. I'm top tier. I'm top tier and high demand on this one. So now it's switching from and plus, okay, so I'm Aries. I love merit. So this one is very merit, and one is I'm now become quite known. Some my client says you're becoming famous. So however they're marketing over there, I know they don't like those words when you're becoming famous. Hey, you're always busy. My clients celebrate me, and they sell. I mean, they sell. I've read, the messages that I've read, so they give me messages that are a liken, to the famous psychics. But of course, what they call it, the princess should never outshine the queen. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not. I wasn't meant to outshine, but in my own right, I'm meant to. I know I'm meant to be on site. I know I'm meant to be, but um, because whenever I do shine, I shine brightly and also shine on my own. I can shine in the middle of the ocean and will be seen. I can go to the middle of the woods and people will come there. It's just I could be in a desert. It could be 112, and it has been 108 to 12, and somebody will come check up on me. Are you okay? So so I'm meant to shine, and so even astrological, all like Aries people, their best creative space is when they're shining creatively. So, um, oh, okay. So I'm able to do all of that. So kind of like don't cry for me because I am in a wonderful position. So one was a pathway that's like you can't not ignore my gift. Like if you do, that's a different type of self-sabotage. But anyway, so I'm with a wonderful company, and right now I'm being celebrated at 5 stars. Well, I have 5 stars, by the way. So I'm 5 stars over here on all platforms in Europe. I'm 5 stars also in the US, all across, and celebrated and loved and high top tier. I mean top tier meaning um, I'm a uh, I'm more on the expensive end, and there is an abundance of lateral growth there and ways of you know uh, making money and growing. Of course, when I do that, I can grow my presence here. So I work to grow my presence here, and also the whole point is to be a psychic. So I continue to be a psychic, and being psychic is my spiritual journey. So I stay on my spiritual journey, and both companies help me to keep discipline and keep the standards of delivering the service of a psychic and also keeping my space spiritual and where I don't get caught up, and become a bit batty. I don't want to become a crazy psychic and lose it all or lose my life, lose myself literally, or lose my life literally. I don't want that. Um, So I grew up in the metaphysical community, so I know when, um, like I know when, what's spiritual and what's not spiritual and what is harmful. I have a deep understanding for that as well. And also, I talk about a lot of this with clients, and clients often will speak to me about the negative traits of either being a psychic or about psychics or experience with psychics. So I'm in a position where I have to face the. I not only have to I deal with I accept the good things, the good parts, but I also have to face the parts that are not so good. That collectively psychics or people who are wanting to be in the industry of the work of a psychic, sharing services, etc. They have to face it and look at it, acknowledge it, and then learn from the experience. So that keeps me sane, I guess, grounded and balanced. And then I'm centered. I'm allowed to be centered. So I'm in a favorable position. Um, right now. Oh, by the way, so I wrote them what I could, and they liked what I wrote. I think I'm pretty sure they want me to do more writing. What's interesting is for weeks I've been getting messages from spirit saying they want you to write. It's time for you to write. I also said it here. It's time for me to I have to start writing, and I'm preparing for ebooks. So I found software that um, it's like it's PDF, but you can create the PDF the way that you want. It doesn't take up so many gigabytes, so I can created like a simple attachment and send it to someone, and they could read a beautiful PDF style, and it's quality, and it doesn't look give you that generic feeling. Um, I needed to start somewhere, so I invested in Vistaprint. It looks generic a little bit, but for what it's worth, okay. So the Google books, whenever you get buy books on Google, and you could flip the pages, but if you've been around a little bit, it kind of looks generic. I like it because it does what it's meant to do. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. But okay, so like if you go to some self-publishing software and you like download it as like a sample or like a what do they call it? An example, it looks like that. So it looks like the sample of like okay, so self-publishing ebook groups use this format to be like, okay, so you can download this to yourself and you can have it download it, but it's not the finished product. Now you can create it and make it, create the images, but it's there's a step up. It's gonna get better. You're working on it when you put the book into, let's say, a hardback or soft cover. So so there's that. But then you find that there are like flipping books is an actual like it's an ebook, but it's fancy. Bells, whistles, colors, and moving things around and on time edit. It just looks pretty. Looks pretty. Doesn't look that generic. The aesthetic is oh, and user friendly. And user friendly. You can add audio, video. I wouldn't even maybe I don't know if I would I want to do that? I don't know. Anyway, so if I could do that, but um the the rate I guess maybe wouldn't be so bad. That would be nice. So I could give people a little friendly little video, do and give them something nice and spiritual, metaphysical to read. Right now, I can get the words to them, and they are very pleased with the words that I give them. They say, "Gosh, I've had a lot of thank yous, and really do appreciate this." So people are approaching me in that way, like a mature spiritualist. So I have to be like a mature. Oh my gosh, I have to be mature. Almost feel like somebody's reverend. A spiritual one though. So I'm still trying to figure that out, but I'm gonna play with the one that I've already invested in for this year, and and like right now I'm getting words words to ebook or to PDF, whatever it's going to become. And then I can give that to them. But yeah, so in my brain, the way my brain works, my tier is high enough that they spend time with me with the service, but they could also the amount they spend often they could go to they could speak to me plus go to Barnes and Noble and buy a book. And Barnes and Noble hardback books are expensive. So like 30, 40, $50, $60. So easy and still I felt compensated for the service. So what I do is like I might as well just write. I get in the habit of writing. I should write, and I get a wonderful response and something that they enjoy. And they contact me back personally just to say, hey, I just want to contact you, let you know that everything you share with me, I'm only here for a few minutes. I just want to let you know that I really enjoyed this. Which, by the way, that's exactly what they were doing with when I was with another company. And they were the difference between that company and the past, not the current one I'm with, but the company of the past that did me really bad, associated with Hollywood. the difference between the one in UK, they do a lot, but they have some of the same internal feelings, but they don't hinder me. They don't hinder me. I don't I mean they are hindering in the sense of there's no growth there. There's no room to grow, being that it's kind of like coming in as an intern. So like I might be a I'm not a PA though. I'm not a personal assistant. They already tested those waters and said, look, you're you're not equipped, and I don't feel compensated enough to write for you and things like that. I'm not going to do it. So let's say it was for marketing purposes, which I've done, like for marketing purposes, and I've done that for them. Um, one second. A pleasure, Donald here. Hmm. I guess they were just checking, like, are you awake? Are you actually here now? They're gonna call back in a minute. There they go. A pleasure, Donald here. Okay. A pleasure, Stephen. It's a pleasure. I'm Donald. Good to speak with you. Mhm. Okay. Oh, yes, yes. And I would care to assist in any area that you feel that you want to work with today. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Right, absolutely. So let's take a look and see what we gather here. The guides illustrate that they get the sense that as long as it's manageable, like you have very like you're responsible group, you're a group that you need it. They're open to saying, okay, we can like they will allow the parking. They're still going to allow. They're going to go with. It felt like they didn't. It's like, well, if no one is going to, use the accommodations, let's just go ahead and zero it out. So this is what they're going to do or this is what you should do. So Stephen, as long as you put out there to them and to the universe that you would like to continue, you're responsible with, and you treat it good, and it's a wonderful accommodation. You really need this parking. They will agree to continue to allow for you to feel accommodated and accommodate you, allowing you to still have access. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Hmm. Right. Which I picked up on in the very from the very start of the reading that that was what you're teetering on. And what I picked up on is that you will not have to do that. You will not have to cut free from the market. That I get the feeling that they're going to work with you and continuing because you have purpose there. And like you said, they wanted to zero it out for all the reasons, all many reasons. But for yourself and for like the individuals who are there to do business, who are there to do work. I don't sense that that is. I know right now it's saying all across the board, but they're going to switch it up with you specifically. Yes, like I wouldn't be able to allow to because I have no business there. I won't be allowed, but you will be allowed. Yes, I get that feeling they're going to work with you in that context. That's right. Right. Yes. Yes. Right. Make it more difficult for you to do the thing that you enjoy. Sure. I get the feeling that when it comes to you, they will make all the considerations, the idea that you're there actually, you're like you're giving, as you say, culture to like you're giving business. You're a source of incoming business. People will show up there. I get the feeling that they are going to give you the feeling of being proud of them that they would still allow for you, at least like have an understanding that you need that space. You need to be accommodated for parking at least. I get the sense that for like regular people, that some people who don't really need to be around there trying to show up and cause if they're trying to cause trouble, like just people just there just want to just park and just look at stars. They don't have no business there. I think they're gonna like I say, hey, you can't, there's no parking here, go find a park, or something, go home. But I think for you business wise, I think they're going to want you there. They want you to continue working there. It will, I think that they definitely accommodate, though they accommodate you. I don't think that they're going to go back on like general parking, like general public. I don't think they're getting anywhere fast. Sure. Mm-hmm. 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 So this is how it's illustrated. They're making sure that just very specific people who belong there, that's going to be the people who work there. They're the ones going to have access to that space. It's like they're just coming into the know. Like they're, as you said, really making sure that it's very secure, that no one's getting through. Just a very specific group as like yourself. Well, I just only, I want to say specifically how how Spirit is sharing. Spirit is suggesting that you're going to have the ability to be there, well, people who work there, and but that's the extent of it. They're just going to work with you. They're just going to work with those who are there to do the work. That's it. I get the strong sense that they are. It seems like they're open to making sure that you'll have like the space and time where you're able to work, but also like throughout, into the, maybe or like the evening aspects as well. Like for you to give you a chance to sort of wrap up and shut everything down comfortably. Mm. But you're able to work and continue to bring culture there, business and traffic business there. Well, their point is as long as you're able to work there, well, as long as you're able to continue bringing business, traffic there, and then you're able to, give the essence that you are indeed working and you're contributing to that space. They want that. They advocate for that. That's what they will advocate for. So it's good for you to let them know that you're working really hard and you really do need their accommodation because that's what they're looking at. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure. That is what the history said. That's like as you said. But when you say, but I'm also with you asking the question, but I am also challenging them and their understanding that hey, we that's a very accommodation that we need in order to continue to work here. We really need that space, kind of like when you say, okay, as a group, we are pushing back on this a little bit. We're raising our voices. This is why they're turning the U-turn you talked about. This is why for the U-turn. Okay. Mm-hmm. So now going forward, when they actually hear you and you're speaking with them, this is what they do consider. They do reconsider their decision on this one. So, but you have to also let them know that this is what I intend to bring about. So this is what we need. This is what we want. This is the specific word that we use is accommodation for us to continue to do the wonderful work that we do. We're professionals. We work here. We're not idle. Well, that's okay. Now we're getting to. So I was letting you bring that out, but that's why there's you. Now I can say fairly, they're tightening up security. They're making sure that not just anybody can enter those spaces. I know you're saying, well, it's not for them anyway, but still, they have the impression that they don't know who's really if all there is just people who work there. But once they know that it's you working there, that's when they begin to take a look at things differently. Right now, they're judging it like, oh, well, anybody could just show up, and we don't want that. So you just letting them know that hey, there's very specific people here that really use that space, like ourselves, that we benefit from this space, so we can bring you traffic and business. Yes, right. Well, that it's good that they know that you are in existence and that you're the majority and that you're responsible. You're strong enough group and you'll protect the space as well. You'll look after it and you'll use it for what it's intended. You're letting them know that, and they do side with you. Right, of course. And that accommodation makes it easier for you to get those things out as you need. Right. Okay. Right. Right. That's more labor work on you. Okay. That makes sense. They need to know that. They need to know that, Stephen. Okay. Well, what I'm saying is they need to know that with them not, this current direction they're taking, you're saying that it's too much work on you to do any work further. It just makes more work harder on you. The fact that can't even, use your automobiles there to park and get your work done. They need to know that. They need to understand that, hey, you have people working here and you need to take care of them. You need to take care of the people who work here. You're letting them know that. Do you decide to exit? I sense that you have the ability to maybe expand a little bit, build something that is favorable for you. I still sense that there's interest here. I believe that this is a hurdle that you have to get past. You have to get around this hurdle, and I think that you will, like, 2 years out. I get the sense that you'll have a better footing. You'll be in a better place. I think you will have found a way, to maybe even capitalize a little bit. Make it worth your while monetarily. You're letting them know that you draw in business and traffic. You're specifically letting them know that. But you have to say that, Stephen, to them out loud. Okay. Yes. You you need to tell them that as well. You bring them business and you need this accommodation because you work here and they're benefiting from your work. Don't make work harder for you to do business. That's right. They need to know. And remember, that's why they do the U-turn, Stephen. That's why they change their mind. At least they open up to to your group, at least. They're still going to tighten up security, though. Sure. Okay. Right. I get the sense now that you're taking some risks, heart risks, love risks, risk of meeting, placing yourself in new places, new positions. I do feel like you're going to meet someone. You're going to attract a lovely person that into your world, into new romance. I do get that strong sense. I'm getting some senses here. It's specifically saying a new romance. So I think it's you had to let go of any exes or anybody you already know in order for your love life to go forward. It's time to meet someone, but it's time specifically to meet somebody you've never met before, a stranger, a complete stranger. But that's what you're talking about. So it's a yes. It happens. Hmm. Yes, I get the sense that it's meant to. Well, we can be specific. Now, I'm actually very much attracted to July. I believe that some interesting conversations in this area can happen in July this month. Sure, is a most favorable. Well, so let's take a look. Okay, so calendar wise, they're saying that yes, this is very much completion. Relationships, you're in the right position. Definitely July this month. And out of the two, we need to identify them because some of these places, one of these places that you go to seems to be a very social type of place. I see it as a very much a traffic. There also seems to be places that I guess you could maybe make purchases of sorts. Maybe they're small. I don't know if they're small shops, but it's like it's also a walkway. I'm also getting a sense of a walkway, like a place where you kind of can do like a walkthrough and kind of like just relax because there's people coming, making movements here and out. Well, there's a person, a woman who steps forward and is here and is saying, like she's here and she's like, there's a connection there, a communication that takes place. So I get that strong sense that one of these places seems to be stronger than the other, though. We need to know which one it is. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. let's see. So we've identified, okay, in some way. Let's look at the small. Okay, so I get the sense that, let me see. I like the bigger place. I do like the bigger place vibrationally. That may be taking something to get used to, but the one space that is, like you say, the smaller space where people are friendly, it feels very much like this is a space that, kind of like you just get used to the connection. You get used to being there, but it feels like there's somebody that's, I would say, still yet somebody interesting you're going to meet in the bigger space. In this bigger space you're describing, everybody else seems to be like in a rush, but there's somebody who steps forward and who begins to speak with you as well in this bigger space. That seems to be the one, and in fact, the one that I saw, a woman stepping forward, and she's like looking right at, like beelining right towards you, and you both are in conversation, naturally, organically in communication. The smaller space, you seem to be so comfortable that it's a nice conversations here and there. It's a wonderful place to kind of break the ice, get in the mood. That's a good thing. That's a good sign. But I like the bigger place. The bigger place is where the person is met, where people are like, let's talk for a while. That's the one I see it happening. Okay. Well, I always talk as help to get all of the answers that you need today. Oh, the time that you have crosses over. Okay. All right, Stephen. Whew. We had to break through his ego a little bit. Okay. So, okay. I guess they must have heard me. I was calling them across the spirit. And like, okay, okay, okay. Well, you can, this is a place you only This is the place you only leave for 2 years. I mean, I connected him from spirit. Everything I was saying, he was saying, but about another industry. Like, yeah, spirit is making me go through that path so I can explain it to you what's going on with you, as spirit does. Okay, well, they're like, you're supposed to. Do you think I'll be here for the next 2 years? all of it. Yeah, this one is not easy for me to give up because the fact that I'm gonna be honest with you. I like working, I like being able to say, I'm working closely with famous psychics. I like the response. Clearly, I'm getting celebrated all the time. My readings, by the way, my readings are getting more lengthy. So, like, they're starting to spend 20 minutes to an hour, like 20 to 40 minutes with me, sometimes longer. Sometimes people will call me like around 11 and like keep me till 2 p.m. So however many hours that is, like 4 hours of reading with people, easy. Um, you have an hour, 30 minutes, 90 minutes, yeah, it's crazy. So I was making sure that he understood that some beautiful changes are. They're like, well, we're doing the best we can. Like, we're working with castles, and we bring businesses. Are they going to make us like park at it? They're going to make work. I was like, yeah, they're going to make. Yeah, don't tell them not to make work harder for you. It's already difficult enough. For the amount of, it's like, yeah, I only, to be honest, I'm only making money to break even. I'm like, gosh, are you listening to my conversations? Of course, I think I do better than just breaking even, but I had to be really focused and give my all. Luckily, I was a champion. Girl. And we gave it our all to decorate, and trophies and banners. So, okay. All right. I need to dig deep and get in here early. Okay, I'm getting consistent, y'all. They still have to be patient with me. I'm not ready to leave them. To be honest, also, I really like speaking with them, you know, and I know I got to get out of that framework of thinking because, is it to your detriment? You have a channel to grow, but I don't know. I think I'm thinking with my heart. I took the Hippocratical oath, and it is regardless, help people anyway, help them anyway. But I can help people over here, and they can help themselves. So there's that. Or charity starts at home. You can use that. I think they're still in the safe. They're safe. I'm gonna carry them as long as I can. Um, Oh yeah, I also tried Flip. Flip is also a good thing. Flip is it's where it's kind of well, it is monetized. It's just that I need to be posting a lot. That's the thing. Um I don't know about long form content because yeah, I don't want to give them my long form. I mean, unless they like show that okay, we want that. The one who's definitely showing signs is TikTok, but I don't know. If you ever visit a random, TikTok is too much like a random. That people are gonna see what they can get for free first. I mean, nothing wrong with that, because I mean, let's get it right. Let's get all the free stuff. But I don't know. And also, if you want like, because they save it all for the games. It's not because they want free stuff. It's they want to be entertained. So wow, since I've been talking, it's going up 1,000. Well, 89,000 or 89,003, like three something, whatever, 300. Good. Oh yeah, today's topic. We're getting ready to embark on a journey about um, marriage between a specific couple, but I'm telling this story, and it's from more like an African tradition. The first part of the live was all about setting it all up. So there's going to be a few lives that tell the story. So that's the spirit that we're in right now. Okay. Yeah, he was very interesting. I like him. I just wanted to reassure him that he's going to be safe. Yeah. It's like, come on, don't you want to like get out of here? Don't you want to visit a castle? I know if I were there, y'all would be more fun. I know. Like, you don't ever come over here? Let us know. You can always, because they already, I guess they gotta, you can come and go there to visit. They even tell you how to get there if I want to ever drop in and visit. Oh, yeah. They're like a family, but no more like extended family, like a removed or twice removed type of family. Like if you just happen to be over here. You can drop in. But they definitely have like a um I don't know. I do feel a bit of hint of jealousy. I ain't gonna hold you. You know you're jealous. And y'all know, yeah, that's one thing. Y'all might be cousins, but y'all some jealous cousins. But I'm gonna love on you anyway. I'm gonna keep you in the family. I'm gonna keep you in my, my contacts. But y'all know when a client send me something, y'all know y'all supposed to send it to me urgent, okay? And they look, they need late notice. They need covering for tonight from 6 to 9, 1 p.m. They need hope. See what I'm talking about? But they want stuff. 6 to 9. I'm on here till 9 already, so they got me 1 to 3. Yeah, they have me already. Well, they wanted me to come in early, which I came in at 10. So mhm. I didn't come in early for you guys. Oops. I came in on time, and 9. Yeah, I'm here till. Let me see. I think till 9. I think. Well, it's 5. Yeah, till 9. 5:30. It's 5:34. Yeah, it wasn't too off the mark. Yeah, I came in at 4 for their time. My clients be so nervous because they're kind of perplexed. They're like, so I spoiled it. Sometimes every now and then I tell them, the secret to the magic. It's like it's an illusion. It's like a time illusion. I'm a time psychic, right? So the time that I choose to come on, is actually middle of the day for me. Like when I'm at the end of the day, when it's 9 o'clock your time and you're off to bed, because I come in at a time where you could be, let's say, getting ready for like you're on your way to work, you're getting ready to work, or you're like in the middle of work, or your afternoon work, or you're going to lunch, or literally you're on your way home, or you just arrived home and you're contemplating what you're going to eat, or you're on your way to bed. Now, all that time, they're thinking, oh gosh, you're always here. You don't ever get any sleep. I'm like, sweetheart, you're not even touching 6 p.m. my time. You could ask me to come in at 4 p.m. your time, and you're not even bothering me. It's not even brunch my time. So I'm like, calm down. So now they know. Now they're like, oh, don't tell me, don't spoil it. I'm like, let me keep my innocence. Yeah, so they officially have been, well, one of them, a couple of people have been deflowered. That didn't sound right. They yeah, they no longer have that. Oh my gosh, you're here all the time. You're always working. You're always busy. Yes, between my time, 10 a.m. in the morning, and uh, between uh, 3 p.m. or 2 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., Mondays, 4 p.m. You're not even close. Like it doesn't even start getting dark till 10 p.m. where I'm at. Well, I think 8 now because it was 10 p.m. Now it's like 8 or 9, about 9 ish, but not 8 p.m. but like more like 9. So like there's plenty of time to go to the lake. By the way, then they find out. Wait a minute, you live in a college type retiree Fraser family town. You got okay, sounds like you got a rural area. There's businesses that have been in business for years. You've got cafe, you got some modern stuff as well, some Italian things. Like here you go out to you dine, but you can also have it brought to you. That's me. I got the reservoir, the biggest man-made lake. They know about the biggest man-made lake. They know I got nature trails that go on for beyond like miles. You know, 10 or like miles. I like to walk the trails and like 10 miles out and Then it also takes me, it's like a couple miles, but to me, it only takes like 15 to 20 minutes to get there, but I guess it might be a mile. I feel like, I don't know if it's a mile or more than a mile, 2 miles, something like that. Anyway, you can make it 2 miles. Anyway, well, yeah, you go there and then you can go swimming. So I like to do all that, and then I go, then I swim, and then of course it's like a golf coursey, like, well, you can make it into one, like a golf course, and also it has like areas where you can do calisthenics. So I do that as well, and then there's like an island whether it's connected by a bridge, you could do that. If you want to dare, you could swim to the island. There's people boating and swimming and fishing. Yeah, there's fish. So yeah, and there's all kind of when during the trail you could see the red-tailed fox, you could see hawk, you could see it's got all that as well. Of course, the our serpent friends, they like snakes. There's that. There's deer. Yeah, there's definitely deer. Um, Curious deers at that. So yeah, there's that kind of thing going on over there. So then when I start speaking like that, they realize, oh, okay, so life for you isn't all that bad. I like to think of it as I'm in a perfect place, especially as the seasons, the magical of the seasons begin to like late August into the winter months, like holidays. Favorite time for me to write? Yes, I'm gonna be write. Oh yes, and it's time for me to write, and I have someone to write too. So there's all that. Yeah, definitely writing, and the clients are enjoying that. Um, yeah, I'm working really hard to already get set up so I have a nice. I want this holiday season to be like extraordinary. So I'm working really hard right now. This could be a very busy time for me, and I should treat it just as such. Um, so right now I'm making all my connections so that when the holidays kick in. Oh, by the way, I was already told that the YouTube channel was going to be growing, and like something about social media would become activated, which it has done. Oh, for the month of July, so told me that last month. This month, I'm having all this social media activity. Even people, like people are following my Twitter. People are actually reposting and liking my Twitter, and so yeah. So all of that's going on. No money from it, but I was told that it would just it was going to grow in terms of like through visitation, but it's not meant for me to gain money. I'm not doing this for the act of business. This is to create a space where all the wonderful services that I'm providing professionally with people like Steven, good is a good man, uh, and and also America, all the world. I can channel it here on my YouTube channel because I want my YouTube channel to be my online stage. And then from the online stage, whatever it becomes, eventually I might. Now, what do I dream? You said, well, you're not doing this for business. You don't belong on the internet. Then get off the internet. Hold on, time out. So, YouTube is my online stage, and from it, my dream would be that I could just create a stage through the operating on the platforms that are provided through YouTube and whatnot. I could create a stage, a physical location that I could go to, and of course I could channel my books. I could channel things that okay, you know, the life of a psychic. I could, yeah, I can do those. I will be able to do those things. So, yeah, so there is a point. there is a point to this, what I'm doing. So yeah. Um, and then I just continue to grow as a psychic. So that gives you a little bit about um, who I am and what I somewhat of what I do. I do have degrees and certificates and things like that. hmm So I'm not without direction, and I have many reasons to stay in line. I anything that I say that I'm going to produce, I want to do that. I don't want any trouble. I want to maintain my 5-star presence. I have a big presence online as a psychic, and in all my platforms I have nice feedback, ratings, and 5-star ratings, etc. So yeah, I don't want any trouble. Trust me. So I definitely want to fulfill everything that I say I'm going to do. So he said, so you're a medium, you do all that. Yeah, he's kind of like roughed me up a little bit. It's like, you do all this. You told me, he said that you do all this, all this, all that. So you do the medium. So I guess I'm becoming that psychic. I'm becoming super, super duper psychic. Like, yeah, I need to be able to be a medium. Everything that Steven said, he went down the list. So like, so what do you want me to do? I'm here to assist you. He's like, yeah, I'm here to work. He's like, yes, let me get him work. I'm like, I can only imagine. There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of family people there to have readings and or interact with me. They're like, come on, seriously, you're not gonna let these people in just because they didn't pay like $15, £15 because they don't have £15. You're not gonna let them in. Then you're like, and everybody's like, hey, does that mean I get my £15 back? How would I handle that? I probably would just walk over there and say, I wouldn't say a voucher. I'd say, I want to talk to you. You're so important to me. My personality. See, some people are gonna put me in a spot like that. So what are you gonna do? You gonna let them in? We're gonna start letting people in who want to come in. So what I would do is probably go in there and say, look, I know. I'll tell you, if I do that, they're like, well, you better not take that out of ours. You still gotta pay this. When you gotta pay this amount, and when this done, you gotta pay this other part amount. So what I probably do is say, let me see if I have £15, and then I walk over there and I'm like, here, please let this family in. Here's the £15. Nobody losing anything. It's out of my pocket. The money came from somewhere. And then they come in, and then I make sure that I read them. I was like, okay, I'm gonna read. I wouldn't wait till like the very end. It's a special group. I'm gonna read them. They couldn't get in, but actually, I made sure. I got something going on with you. And I made sure you got read. No, I was gonna just read them like anybody else. Read them, then read them, and then continue on. So that's the way I would do it. Because my personality, I always get put in these positions, and I understand energy. I'm like, okay, yeah, I know. If we do this, it affects you, and they're like, you better not, because if the moment I have a chance to bite you, I'm going to bite you. So I'm like, oh, yeah. So I got to keep you in check. So I would, so all the time, if it would be me, like, look, it's how it always happens with me. I am snake eyes on that. Uh, I am definitely snake eyes. So I don't gamble. I do not gamble because it all, yeah. So I pay it forward, as they say. So that's the way I would handle it. Um, and then we would have a beautiful event, and everyone will be acting from their heart center. And they have said, to be fair, like if you're anywhere here and we're doing an event, if you'd like to come to the event and help out, They did offer that, but I'm not there. And no, they did not send for me. I said, I want to see pictures. They did not send me. They said, no, you can come, but we're not sending you pictures. I'm like, you're not going to send pictures of a beautiful event? Hmm. However, okay, so before I landed the job, I had to do a test reading. And I said to my uh, well, the person who was testing me, my manager, I said, you're going to have your pregnancy, you're both are going to be expecting a baby, a big baby boy. Next thing they were asking, does anybody care to answer what time exactly my baby boy will be born? Now, originally they said, oh, by the way, you don't have to answer any medical questions and pregnancy questions. Take the pressure off you. You don't have to answer medical birthing questions either. But I was right on that, and they were like, anybody want to, you, hey, you want to like, yeah, beautiful family. Got to see the family. Got to see the Mister, the Mrs., and the baby boy. Yeah, it was like a year later. Like a year later, because at first I was like, whoa, 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 slow down. I'm nervous. It was like, yeah, we went through a lot. I'm like, yeah, I bet you're happy that you made this work. I'm very good at calling those. Um, However, the ones where when I feel like they need to find out on their own, I don't mind saying, look, if you want 99.9, it's what it only costs like $1. Like you get to the clinic. The conversations, boy, how the conversations changed, from a few years ago. So now the conversations centered around marriage. So I'm very careful how I use the word marriage. I'm careful how I use the word love. I'm careful how I use, oh, guess what? You're pregnant. Or guess what? I see a child. I'm very careful in, how I use that language now. Mhm. Because now it's, you know, before there's questions are, do you see me keeping the baby? Now it's like, yeah, no such conversations exist anymore. Um, uh, um, so a lot of people, of course, Spirit will always say, keeping the baby, but it's always your choice. Um, mhm. Okay, why don't we go off into this tangent? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We're talking about my manager, but yeah, I'm not needed to talk about these things. One of the most difficult readings to give around pregnancies is when sometimes we don't know who the father is. What they like pick out, and sometimes the person is, it's not the father that people have wanted. It's like I know too much. I have sat way too close to the fire. Like yeah, that exists. Like there's people that like you can have a you become pregnant, and there could be more than one, obviously, man around, and we're trying to decide who's the one. And sometimes it's not the one that you wanted or thought who is the father of the child. And in my head, I'm like, please keep the child, please keep the child. And so, um, if you can, like, okay, so I like the idea of keeping children, but I'm not like over here, what do you call it, pro-life and advocate, like bring up picket signs. I'm not like that. I'm more like, you know, universe will find a way, to do wonderful things with the child for you and the child. And there's always a way towards a pathway to happiness. I have a deep understanding of that, but I would never want to be a part of a conversation where a person is deciding based on, well, they now they specifically need to talk to the doctor well, even the doctor they don't talk to. The doctor either can do is the doctor is more like a function now. Now, a doctor is not even somebody you talk to. It even like you say, you're a holy person. You don't get to speak to your holy person really about it. It's like the only things that you be having conversations with your holy person is to help you prepare mentally, spiritually for having that baby. And the doctor is like, look, I don't. They taking the counsel and the the empathetic value out of it. Now it's we serve as a function. We're only here to get the baby, here to help deliver the baby. That's it. You here to deliver the baby? You're to deliver the baby. That's it. It's no. So okay. So what you think we should do? How we gonna proceed? All we waiting for is just you to give us the call. You gonna give us the call? Okay. Then we're gonna do exactly that. We're gonna take care of you. Okay, you got your insurance. Okay, here. Okay, I'm gonna sign there right here. Okay, you're gonna be okay. Mm-mm. They're like it's all like functional. No, my functionality. By the way, you got your insurance. So different conversations. Now it's I only imagine. And I was like, okay, I just need to get centered here. Like something you got to do anyway. There's like people are not like you can be centered and run you a nice bubble bath water. You know, get you some lavender. And just get ready. Put some petals in there, some sea salts. You, like there's nothing to think about. You just have to do. So that's like I imagine. So those conversations, but people still do ask. People have asked if they were with child carrying pregnant. They do have that conversation still. But the language, spiritual language, people are. I don't think they may not be there because this is very much a now, like give it to me now type of era. Like you know. Um, Let me see. Do people really go into spirituality in this circumstance? Maybe not with me, but maybe they do, but it's not with me. As a conversation, let me see. It just when that comes out, usually they're very happy and they're like, yeah, they're carrying and they're expecting and they're happy. They're with the person they want to be with, and they're having this shared experience with the person they would wanted to have it with, the baby with. So like I still get those. Yeah, so I guess it's kind of spiritual, but like mental preparing type situation. No, it's like what do you call it? Straightforward. It's more you can say it that way. More logic involved. Everybody know their role. Everybody know their function. This is hey, this is a thing that just happens. Part a natural part of life. You don't got to think about it. Births and deaths, just do it. So there's no in between thinking about it. There's no thoughts. It's just that's what you do, and that's what makes you, and that's what makes them. Well, that's what makes male a male. That's what makes this a female a female. So so anyway, so now we can change the subject. I think I've gone past. Oh yeah, he did. He said, "So can we change the subject? Can we change the subject? If you're here, if you're only here." Okay. Well, anyways, so I called them. I called them out. I must have meant every word that I was saying. Because they heard it. They heard it all the way from America, all the way from North Dakota to London. So good stuff. Let's see, how far are we? We're doing all right. Oh yeah, we just now getting started. Oh boy. Oh boy. So this is where it counts. I know. I should have started telling my story right now. But I actually I was I told the story when I first came in. Well, the opening is not full story because I'm drawing it out because it's also a spiritual experience. So it's a spiritual experience, it's a story as well. And it's about a man and a woman. They meet and they're from two different continents. The man is from the continent of Africa, the woman is from the continent of Europe. And of course, the spoiler is that when they, as they're falling in love and deciding to marry, consummate their love, that's happening in the United States. And of course, both of them, their lives, a little bit of their background. At least, we didn't talk about the male. So, first of all, the lady, she established her life. She has a career established. She's making her money. She has nice furniture, European furniture. That with her partner, she brings her furniture. She up, she brings her entire life going forward to the U.S. At least like her personal material possessions she brings from across the pond. Okay, so um, let's talk about the male. So the male, the way that he's depicted is that he's as the story goes, he's from a humbling background, at least right now in the beginning stages. And so he's sort of venting out to the universe. He's in a conversation with the spirit, or with yes, with the spirit, and he's beginning to have questions about what's to become of the rest of his life. The way that he sees himself in the mirror is, he's an older gentleman, but he wants to become they call it the stallion again. He wants to be a stallion again. I mean, the stallion. They want me to post again. It says views pay instantly. Post again to earn more. They encourage me to keep posting. I don't know what it is. Money is not my drive. I know that sounds silly. Possessions are my drive. I love possessions. Money gets you possessions. But I have this block about money for some reason. I like possessions. Possessions, that takes money. But anyway, back to the story. Like this internet is an example. It's the top internet. It's the very top. So yeah, that's why the internet's always good. But the internet is always so good. It's the best internet that they've got. uh, and if I pay it every month. To me, it's worth it. Okay, so okay. Oh, the gentleman. So the gentleman, he thinks that he's older. He's saying, he's kind of, he's beginning to want things. He wants his life. Okay, so he's older. He remembers of being when he was a stallion, and he wants to have um, money. He wants wealth. He wants a boss who gives him a great position within the company. And his boss, like, just everything that he says is gold, and he's always celebrated, oh, wow, you bring in the most money of all my employees. He wants to be the center of the world. He wants to be the lion. He wants to sit with people of high standards. He wants to rub elbows with the executors. And, you know, potentially the possibility that there's a nice woman who's going to, you know, will he, let his set his eyes upon. Yes, and 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 the woman, he says, I want money. I want, I want all of it. I want cars. I want uh security. Yeah, security. Make sure no one dares enter into my parking spot. And oh, a nice chair. I relax, and uh clients, and I work with the company's clients, and my boss is gonna love me. He's gonna always make sure I have nice shoes on my feet. You know, he just wants success, right? He wants to be a high dollar, well paid employee, and he says, oh, and a beautiful woman, uh, to fulfill all my whims and my heart's desires. And so he's putting that out to the universe. But little did he know, this time someone was listening. Someone was listening. He was heard. The spirits heard. The spirit listened. The spirit heard what he wasn't counting on. Because what he's put out in the universe, he began to really mean it. Because he's believing it. He was saying with energy, with intent. And so he began believing it. Like when you keep repetition, you keep putting your energy, then you start really thinking about how things really are, how life has truly, genuinely brought him literally to his butt, and to his, where he's literally squatting, and he's like, to a little corner, and he's like, in universes like really listening and responded. He wasn't anticipating that spirit would respond, that spirit would actually answer him. He didn't consider that someone, something, or something sentient was paying attention to the yearning of his heart. Now, whatever he did, whatever he said, good or it was not for good or for wrong. It was not, it wasn't, it was simply, he was speaking from his being, and the universe responded. It wasn't even, why do you want these things? The universe didn't ask why he wanted these things. The universe didn't ask, why is he looking for love? And why is he looking for love with a very, very specific woman? But one thing that universe heard was that he wants love in his life. He wants woman in his life. Universe heard that he wants financial success. He wants career success, and he wants to have a successful relationship, partnership with his employers. He wants to be in high standing and demanded. He wants to have a nice, luxurious, wealthy lifestyle, and have a woman who, who is there for, it sounds like, for every beck and call. And but universe didn't ask, are you desiring companionship where you will want those things. You want to give those things also yourself. You want a woman in your life who you can run to her beck and call. When she calls you, you're there. A woman that, like, okay, so what are you gonna do with all your financial success? Have a nice woman he says he can give give gifts to, and love, and and feel like he's providing the world for somebody he genuinely is gaining so much insight from, so much care and compassion and maturity, and just love being in just and responsibility to her. And why do you want financial success? Is it because you want to help the community? Is it because you're you go through, you visit local villages, or maybe you have children writing to you, or maybe they write to you all the time and they say the things that they need, and how you're in the city now and you're growing wealth to meet the needs, maybe helping children to continue education, something to that effects, you know, not, and then of course the village takes care of the village, right? Right. The village takes care of the village, but maybe it's money when it comes to education can go a long way, making sure that they have like the tools they need, you know, to can you can working with education. It could be because maybe it's for the bread, maybe it's for literally the bread, maybe it's for bread, but the spirit did not ask, spirit did not inquire, spirit did not wonder, guess, surmise, prophesy. Spirit didn't even say, it's your prophecy to do X, Y, and Z. If we give you this, you got to do this. Spirit just something, universe, he was not expecting it. He was not looking for universe to classify, if what he's doing is selfish, and nor did it classify if it's something that is altruistic. Universe didn't, didn't even right down to me and companionship. Spirit didn't say, because you have love to give is the reason why you want love offered. Or if you learned to receive love, you will understand better how to treat a person, treat a woman, treat, entreat, give that love back. You know, learning patience by being shown patience, rites of passages. Universe didn't ask any of that need either. It didn't ask. Universe specifically what just happened to be listening, because his yearning was just enough. It was just so it has such a pull that he gained the ears of someone beyond his current circumstances, and also even beyond that, to his understanding, his 3D understanding, his three-dimensional understanding, something beyond that is listening, to his words, and his words then became magnetic and energized. So that's how he began his journey. That's him beginning his journey. Her journey is, okay, from Africa. She goes to we'll say Europe. She goes to Europe, and she, with her education, She bridges into her career. She gets into finances, superb in finances, and starts to decorate her home. Her life is her life, and now she has everything she ever wanted: a great job, great income, and she has nice furniture. Again, like with the furniture, she has nice possessions, material possessions. She has, she's jewelry. She's fashionable, and well, clearly, obviously, to so a man who is channeling out about his desires to the universe. Well, she is the woman, the specific female, the specific woman, because there was women, but now there's a specific woman. She's the woman who caught his attention, who gave his words meaning. She's the woman who gave his his words of desire and presenting to the universe and declaring declarations of wanting to have a special love in his life. She's the one who gave those words like physical representation, meaning. And so one day, he's laying back on his back in the grass. We could put them anywhere. We could plot them. We could say she went back home to Africa. She was visiting. You could say, well, maybe his success had afforded him, to take a slight a stepping away of a vacation to figure out like, hey, you need to take some time. Like you're overpouring into our company. You need to take some time to enjoy, get a knack for higher success. We need you to come back, and we want to double by end of these next quarter. We want you to double it. You're already exceeding. We want you to double it. How about take some time and then come back. You've got plenty of time. So he gets sent to Europe, right? His main focus is how do you turn all the success he already has. How does he? Because there are rich gurus that teach you how to be rich. People come in, I'm already rich. That guru is going to say, I'm going to make you richer. You're gonna stop right there. You just satisfied with 1 million or a quarter million, or you bring a quarter million. You should be bringing in triple that, no, double that. I'm gonna give you another. You should be bringing in. Okay, how long you been running? 6 years. You should be making triple that. So that guru is now. You know who he is. You know who he is. That's how he talks. So okay, so you got the point. So he's on his back, and he was just like in the grass, and then something urges him, like a breeze, maybe some, how leaves is sometimes just helicopter down. Something bit him, and he kind of, and there she be, there she was. He's staring out into, it was, of course, it's day. It's in the park. He's at the, just kicking back, and relaxing the weather. And he stares out, and she gives his words, his meaning, his purpose for this trip beyond monetary, beyond to think about business and how to quadruple, if you want to say sales, or investors, the money, get people to talk money, but get money, talking money in his grill. She gave the reason, she brought purpose to this trip from Africa, the UK, what he had to go through to get through customs. and, and and on site, It was on site. He dreamed that from this point on, he dreamed for the first time in a long time, but in a real way, he dreamed for the first time. Okay, so anyway, so I'm gonna stop there because I'm trying to get to the juicy part, to the good part, the fun part, the supernatural part. We're gonna get to that, but this this is like this. Okay, first of all, this live is about how people how they fell in love, how people fall in love. That's what this part's about. Okay, let's see. What? Oh, okay. Hilarious. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Okay. So right now they're doing their thing. Okay. So my UK people, yeah, definitely. Whenever I next time I travel there, next time I travel with you guys, when I travel there, we're gonna have to like do something together. That's the least you can do is do an event with me. I'm not connections. I'm not gonna burn the bridge. But hey, what do friends do when you're remember that old kind of like a it's like a commercial. Like if a friend is standing in the middle of a railroad track and there's like incoming train, you got to get that friend off the track. So like that means I have to sometimes say things to you that's not like well what the description is like I think smoking, but it also could be something be like like they're just throwing their giving up their life to let's say the pills or whatever. And so they're in the railroad track and there's like an incoming train and you're like trying to talk them off like hey put you're not mentioning that the fact that you're on the road track that's not the point. The point is you're trying to talk the friend out of like hey why you got the smoking thing going on and you're like it's like come on you don't need to be doing that. Yeah, you're right, Sue. So then they walk off the track and then here comes the train comes full on. It's like they got like disrupting the track of life that you're on. That's some old theater stuff. So uh okay, so then okay, the conductor is like those two girls. So her friend got her off the track of smoking, and something that was preventable but yet regrettable in the future, just in time, the nick of time, saving a life, which is beautiful. Her best friend's life, and they go on to be best friends forever, and they be each other's um, maids of honor. So yeah, so yeah, we're gonna hey, like there's some things that you tell me, when something is it's just not adding up, or you question, hey, my what do you call it, my methods. My methods are strange, but my methods work. You gotta admit that. So Yeah, so yeah, we're definitely not burning bridges. 'Cause that's what friends are. Like if you're a friend, if you're a true friend, yeah, your friend may have a lazy friend or whatever, a friend that just may not be as motivated as you are, or you're motivated in their own way. You know what I mean? That you have to always understand, but you understand them better than most, but that's still your friend. And you still, you know, find a way, to be there for them and support them. So yeah, um, and they're the friends you may have. They're like, I cannot ask my friend for anything. I, uh, if we were to go to an audition, we had to be at a certain time, your friend isn't going to set the clock for you to wake up in the morning. They're not going to do that. So, not when they're you're like, wait a minute, we're going to the same audition. They put their alarm on vibrate and put it next on their pillow next. You forgot to set your alarm clock. They got up and went to the audition, and they're like, "Oh, I thought you were sleeping." So I went. So how was the audition? It was great. I got it. I was so excited. Um, I wasn't there. Did you notice something? What? I wasn't there. Did you notice that? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I thought you were sleeping. They let you sleep. Skip the audition. They let you sleep in. They didn't even say, hey, you need this audition as much as I do. And if one of us get it, we're going to celebrate. It's got to be between either of us because we're the best. Yeah, we're the best. We're the best. I'm getting up right now. Let me get ready. Let me get up. That didn't happen. That part of that reality didn't happen in this universe. They got up. They put a little braid on and little bungee, and they wrapped it two times like that and like that, and was done. With some water on their face, no make, went out, no makeup, went out with a natural face, grabbed a little bit of tea, went in there, killed that audition, got it, back by lunch to tell you about it. But that's you'll laugh about it 3 years from now when you're performing and you're like, oh look, I got the biggest stage opportunity of my life. But you always will remember that friend didn't wake me up. But that's still my friend. My friend didn't wake me up. Didn't put two and two together that I might want to be a part of it. I just didn't. I thought we were on the same clock here. I thought like if you wake up before you naturally wake me up as I would have. My alarm clock could have waking us both up, and we could have gotten ready together. So anyway, they're like that. So so anyway, at least if for nothing less or nothing more, I should say, if for nothing more, if it counts for any consolation, that means covering anything, any consolation. They're a nice hookup if I ever go to London again. So I just will accommodate. Like when I go there, I come there fully, which I think that's what they want anyway. They're like, come as a your big idea. So you come here, you gotta come in like an event, be an event. So I got that from what's his name? There's a celebrity that they said every time he shows up, they treat him like an event. It's like an event day. And so it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. Be so be so energetic that you are an event. People have to prep for you, prepare for you. Now that's talent. Somebody who is so exciting to be around energetically that you're classified as an event because you know they know they're gonna have a good time. That's what I mean. You know you're gonna have a great time. An event is wonderful to be a part of. So and when somebody just energetically like that's what it is. Like everything is on pause. It's exciting. That's wow. That's I would say that's definitely a star factor there. That's an it factor. So, so I mean I understand the rules. I definitely understand the rules. But yeah, and plus they know where things are. Stephen know where the castle is, where some castles are. So that should be interesting. Which all the clients that I know of pretty much know where, where to go. One time when I okay, one section I was over there, and I'm telling you, I did have a moment like a like a Harry Potter at the train station experience. I didn't even know how to get onto thing. I didn't even know how to like somebody they had to come and rescue me. I was like trying to figure this thing out. It looked like an out of date like electronic feature to get access. I thought, and then it was this this gate of iron bars of something that from out of an anime. It's just like you're like you try to get through there like a laser beam will blast through from two different angles, and somebody had to rescue me. Like, so what are you doing? And it's like you're not intending to go out there. There are villages. There are villages, and where there's villages, there are villagers out there. It's like, out there, no, that's villagers and pig pitchforks and all. You can when you can't go outside the city limits. It was not the Amtrak's like in California. Not the same. So I was on my way. But pretty much in person, people do how they able to flow because it seems so everything seems so spread out and kind of detached. People really rely on people. Like as you engage people, they have a saying. I heard it all over. They said, "No need to make things any more difficult for people than it already is." I heard that. It's universal over there. Like don't make things difficult than what it is. Oh, by the way, another good feature, how do you catch a taxi? You do this, you first of all, you step up to the corner, you just go like this. Immediately I mean like not unlike New Jersey, New York. Now, I'm no longer interested. I've already made up my mind. First of all, I was no longer interested in New Jersey. Now I'm no longer, now I'm not even that interested in New York. I don't know. New York is on the chopping block. I don't know why. But someone's like, don't go to New York. You don't even need to. So I'm definitely not interested. I was never ever interested in New Jersey. Never ever gonna happen. I have like no things for no energy. Like New Jersey is not even in my reality. So and then New York, I'm thinking, I don't know. Okay, I'll tell you why. It feels like if something go down, it's like all I can imagine is people saying, "Yo, yo." I can't get that out of my head. Yo, you're over there battling three big rodents, three big rats. You're battling like three rats, and somebody's on a what is it called? Is that called a stoop? Somebody's on the comes out on the stoop and says, Yo, and you're battling for dear life, and these three big rats are like. So for some reason, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm down with that. I don't even feel the need to even want to go to. I don't need California. You know, I'm exactly where I want to be. Um, yeah. So my interest and tastes of where I want to visit is also changing. Right now I've been maybe that'll change later. Give me a couple of years. Maybe I'll change my mind on that. But for now, I'm interested in the rural. Like I wanted to go more like Midwest. I kind of want to travel back to the Midwest, see what's happening, see what the advances. What I would like to hear from them, like what do they think about all this change that's going on? I know they're having a day of it. All this transcendence is pretty big. That's pretty wild. uh, I'm pretty sure for the Midwest. I wonder how they're getting on with all this stuff happening. That seems what I'm interested in at the moment. Oh, and definitely I want to visit London again for sure. But who knows? The future looks bright. As things happen. Um, the things are growing. Maybe the world, in a much friendlier place and time in the future will be more inviting. Maybe maybe that will happen. So I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm manifesting it. Manifest, 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 manifest. But for now, I need to focus on this. And I would like to travel when I'm monetized. So I think I'm gonna uh, like when I get 3,000 watch hours and I'm able to like because okay, so I have tons of material that I refuse to even begin. Like I've kind of skimmed through it, but I refuse to uh, take in the information and then metaphysically, because yeah, it's metaphysical stuff, but it's like very powerful wisdom key, and I mean they're huge. They're volumes of information. But I'm going to go through and make sure that it's first of all that it's okay, that it's solid, and then I've already skimmed through it. And what I read of it so far is fascinating. It's more on that ESP space. So yeah, so it's definitely a different type of like metaphysic. It's a very different type. But also it has some practical elements as well. So it doesn't take one. You don't have to be super duper religious of any kind. It's like mind power stuff. So yeah, I want to share that with the 3,000 watch hours and above. So that's why I'm working so very very trying to structure in a way to gain those results. And no matter what, I will not speak on those subjects until that criteria is met. So we just won't get it. We just won't get to it. So if I never reach it, but if you never, yes, and we will never ever hear of this awesome, amazing information that I've not even talked about. Yeah, I have things that I want to talk about. I have not even brought to my lives because I have so much information that I still have to share with lives, and it's information that you've never heard of. So I have a they say a wealth of information that you haven't even heard of. Then I have information that you and I have never heard of, and I investigated to make sure that I even like it or that it's aligned with my principles, which definitely 1,000% it is. So there you go. So yeah, we're gonna like learn together, grow together, and guaranteed success together. Guaranteed succeed together. Guaranteed. Hmm. So we'll get there. Oh, and okay, yes, okay. I read the Bhagavad Gita chapter 12. So we're on chapter 13 with the Bhagavad Gita. That's later though. We'll definitely read the Bhagavad Gita together. Chapter 13. There's come to find out there's I don't know, for some reason it didn't click, but there's 18 chapters that make up the Bhagavad Gita. Um, but it's of course the chapters, are pretty big. I always read when I read scripture, I like to read the entire chapter. So yeah. So if I read any chapter, I'm going to read the whole chapter. Unless I've read the chapter and then I want to paraphrase, I will sometimes spare everybody and I'll just get the scriptures that I need from the chapter. But typically, if I start in on a chapter and it starts to become a conversation, I will read the entire chapter because there's so many times where I'm listening to a person, they'll say something, and then I go and I read the entire chapter, and it's nothing what that person said. Oftentimes, what they're saying about this chapter isn't even scripturally scripturally written. It's just, of course, it is scripturally in a book, but it's not scripturally accurate and documented from actual scripture, uh, from Hebrew into English, from Greek to English, and then of course, um, those books allow people to put their own spin to it. Of course, people put their own funk to it, put their own nasty to it, and then it becomes something else, but not scripture. Like what comes to mind, I believe, is Galatians uh, about Hagar, and that chapter is actually making fun of what people think of Hagar. And then when you actually read the chapter, if you're reading the chapter word for word, you can tell that the person who perceives Hagar in the manner that people tend to, that it's actually making fun of those, like it's making jest of those individuals. And then it uses exact words, what they say. We know what you say about her, and this is what she really experienced. This is what she really was. And what is the difference? And why are you making this a thing? Why is this even a thing with you? What's wrong with you? Like it really does peel back some things. It even talks to women, like because Hagar being a female even talks to she as a female who can have babies, but then under what is said, okay, how she was done, like, oh yeah, Hagar was done so bad. So yeah, there's a lot there. Yeah, it goes into that. It's like a big wide, like for your information, but people read it, but other books and other people has read and interpreted as, you know, sort of like validating someone else's like don't talk to me about morality. This is what it says right here. And then when you go and you read the book, the real Bible, That's not what they're implying at all. I'm being covert about this. I know. I'm being a little ambiguous about this subject. Um, got away. If you know what it is, and you probably, if you use any of the information and you know what it is, if you understand the story of Hagar, Abraham, and Sarah, then also again you understand the story. You'll know the story. So you'll know this. Well, you'll know what you think you know, but then you know what I'm suggesting. You would just simply know. If you don't know, then I will leave that to you to go and you can, read. That's something that's private. You can look it up and for yourself, and then just think back or go or use this as a playback. But you can think back to what I said, and then it'll make sense. Um, yeah. So yeah, definitely we're going to talk about these like very complicated uh, scriptures in depth. Can't wait to share those. That's also in the future as well. Because yeah, we definitely do deep dives, and um, yeah, I like to examine scriptures that are considered controversial, or that is or scriptures that are used in arguments about contradictionary, yes, and also controversial, either talking speaking points or um, just thoughts and beliefs, and and people's, I guess, care for what is like empathy, um, or lack of it, the apathy, or uh, ethics. People like ethics, moral ethics, um, or the disinterest in learning a few extra or making room for more, or learn, or yeah, or because you would learn, and the purpose. What's the other one? There's one more. Um, we already said compassion, ethics. Oh, something around the realms of beliefs. Like this one's beliefs. Like you believe that because you read this. Well, what if we read it again, and this time read it ac- accurately, interpret it accurately. Okay, now how do you believe? If it's for the sake of belief and you're believing, in this direction because for whatever the reason, it's considered a thing, definitive, or helps you to feel responsible. It's a sense of self merit. Okay, then we read it accurately and interpret it accurately. Now what are your thoughts? So yeah, so I definitely, it's not to use it as like a weapon and preachy, and use it as a whip, and I'm over here cracking the whip on people. That's not, no, no. It's just for a deeper correlation to meanings that makes sense with, and the biggest one is the easiest one is everything that the book says about, let's say, Leviticus 25 is in complete reverse. I mean, complete reverse. I mean, as they say, Satan does everything. If there's a such thing as a Satan does everything in reverse to blasphemy the word of God. If there's a God in the context of the Holy Bible, that's what I'm talking about. That type of reverse, like at that level, a biblical reversal of God's words. And so when we read them correctly and read them exactly what it says, word by without adding a word, without in Hebrew, right? English, you get something. The words they use that they like nouns that they use in the true in the Bible, the real Bible, is those nouns are not used in the Bibles that people are teaching from. And I want to say majority or most, but it's all people who speak, all people who navigate these scriptures use this as in the boxing ring of debates. Humanity, doing their business and moving through as you move throughout the world. Well, in debates online, they so that means they need that to be whatever they believe it says and have heard, read, whatever they need it to believe. They need it to be that, unfortunately, because they need it. They just do. They just need it. It's not a necessity. But when you read it, it's like you really cannot mix water with oil. You cannot mix water and oil. So I could never, or anyone could never come in with the real Bible and then come into a conversation where it's monetized and it's convenient for people to say, no, this is what it says. It says this, when in actuality, that's it's not even that it's a misprint. It's literally something that is taking someone's words and just saying opposite of everything that it says. And the words, the nouns, and the very specific words and phrases that are used will not even be found in that book, let alone the context, not even contextually leaning in the direction in which the actual Bible states, the real Bible states. I've even heard some people speak a verse and they literally eliminate if you subjects, and so you're just left with there's one where he says to the effects of the way it's read is it's okay to to disagree, abuse, and send the person who is your servant away if you're sick of them. But he read it in his Bible because it's Bible language. When you go back and read it, it says if there is a disagreement between a hired one, somebody who you've employed, so it's not a servant, that's somebody who's employed, you're supposed to pay him in silver and send him away. They took out pay him in silver, and then they made him more into a servant than. Oh, and the book, the aesthetic of the book is blue. Yeah, it's very weird. It's like, yeah, yeah. See this book right here. He reads it. He reads the scripture. It's like that's not a Bible. I hate to break this to you, but what you got there, that's a counterfeit. It's countering all the benefits of the real Bible. The benefits of you actually supposed to pay you don't get to abuse them. You have a disagreement and you get into a fight, whatever, you have a falling out, and you don't want to work with each other anymore. You pay him in silver for his time, for the work he's done, and he goes about his way freely. And also in 2025, they use the word a lot with perpetuity. Um, so it's funny. They know what it means, but you don't. And that word is used in the Bible. They said, and not in perpetuity, and they know exactly what it means. And they knew exactly what it meant when they gave you the version you're supposed to read. Here, accept this. This is what we do to you. And it's like, wait a minute. Then you go and you read it and you're like, wait a minute. This is not scriptural. It's almost like now you can use now if you speak it from this point of view, you can use the Bible or holy scriptures or spirituality or psychics. You could use it as like, like a power manual. Like you learn all the different ways for operating in the world and, for your favor. Now, if you want to be honest and say it like that, I'm okay with that. But just a flat out say, you know, taking advantage of people and making them work for you without pay, that's in the Bible, and then even try to use that as some form of either a justification or a talking point that further suggests that in the realm of speaking of um, free labor is okay. That is what is it? Um, is disingenuous because that's not what the book says at all. In every sense of the word of working for yourself unto self-employment and even incorporating is actually what the book of in chapter 25 Leviticus states. Hence, about perpetuity, etc. There are times where perpetuity is used, but then there are times, well, in 2025 Leviticus, perpetuity is not used. By the way, we can look at that word really quickly. I know what it means spiritually, like inside, but let's get get the real bit. Perpetuity, a bond or other security with no fixed maturity date. So, without perpetuity means not continuous. So, a person was not meant to work for you in perpetuity. It is a restriction making an estate inalienable, like especially no perpetuity as in terms of, so like let's say in Canaan you had land. You say you can't have, give this land in perpetuity. So a restriction making an estate inalienable uh, uh, perpetually or for a period beyond certain limits fixed by law. It says a state or quality of lasting forever. So you could not forever, like in perpetuity, have a servant. Perpetuity, somebody work for you. Perpetuity, um, they have, they're paying you money for this property. That's the way it was used. So that's perpetuity. Now you could read the Bible and say, hey, it would be economical for me to create like a contract that celebrates that makes perpetuity a binding agreement that is like, okay, like in this case, well, in Kennedy said it'd be like kind of like the government at the time, the state or the law, or it would be like the Levi, in perpetuity. No, that whatever the land that they were, the land became theirs, the land that they worked. Now that was in Canaan Day. Now they have, different way of taxing and all that. And that's so, I mean, that's the law. But we can acknowledge that, and they can say, yeah, but, well, we got the bright idea from reading the Bible. That's better than the Bible said that this is no, when it's not. Now there are cases in which perpetuity is actually like when it's actually described in other scriptures, but it's used. One, it used to celebrate perpetuity. In another case, it's not used. Like a point where the promised land for uh, Israel, perpetuity, always have a home. But in the land of, and again in Canaan, uh, where like when you have a home, when you got the house now, and you've been working the ground, and let's say they're paying. No, that the home was meant for them to obtain. They would end up having a home. The land that they till, they end up having that because that's when as they're becoming incorporated. They're also able to decide what you're going to pay them. So if somebody says, you're going to work for me, I'm going to pay you this, and that's all we're going to give you. There's that, but then there's, okay, you're going to be paid this amount, and then um, uh, jubilee with a jubilee at the end of that contract, you're going to tell me what you want to be paid, and then if I want to buy, literally, this is in the scripture. If I want to buy your services for 4 years. That's the time they use as an example, 4 years, versus the original 7 years or longer. Not only will I charge you my upgraded, I will update the costs, meaning I also raise the price. But let's say I only need 3 or 4 of the 7, then you just prorate me. So you just pay me the 4 years. This is chapter 20. This is in the chapter 25, the very same book that people are using strong talking points to support a very, very specific conversation that simply does not even exist. It exists, even this, unfortunately, even in this 3D world, it exists. That's because, now, again, I'm okay with, all right, it exists because we made it exist. We did this. You own that. You come up with that idea, that law, that ideology. That's one thing. But they can say even, well, it's biblically inspired. They can even get away with. I'd even accept that, but that's not. You just say, well, we're just going by the Bible, so we're still getting in the, we're still going in the right direction. I would say that's, let's read it correctly. Let's let's interpret it correctly. And this is the kind of language that I'm speaking that I can never. Okay, so if you're speaking on Leviticus 25, I couldn't, I'm not allowed to come in with this information into that conversation because it doesn't exist. Oil and water don't mix. So, anyway, so this is an example of why I intend for, like, in the members, having these types of deeper level and then also metaphysical healing on top of that. So, I'm including metaphysical healing. I know it's not popular, I know, but I know it's not a popular conversation. However, it's a conversation that everyone's like, I just don't the whole thing because they need it to be that way. But I'm going to bring about that conversation either way. Either way, the conversation is going to be had. It will be had either way. Mhm. And it's like, well, then, if we're not going to agree with it, why would we allow you to become monetized? Because if you ever want to be brighter than you ever have been in your life, you're going to want you're going to want the conversation to be had, or you will live in illusion forever and you will be lost. Because anyone, any people, it says it in the Bible, it also says it in the Bhagavad Gita, the same phrase. Even Martin Luther King said this: people without for uh, a lack of knowledge are lost. It says it in the Bhagavad Gita. It says it in the Holy Bible. Even Martin Luther King said it. Uh, for a lack of knowledge, people are destroyed. So there are my 3 points. There's the segment line: true, 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 false, false, false. So that makes it true. That means it's true. So definitely we are going to have those types of in-depth conversations, and it's going to be lovely. It's going to be beautiful conversations because it's going to be instructing and telling everything in the right way. It is going to be absolutely beautiful, and people will enjoy. It's going to be enjoyable. Yeah, and we'll grow. We're going to we're going to grow and develop and see what happens. Oops, hold on. Yeah, so I'm gonna talk about all kinds of things, and so which is good for you all to know. So as I move farther, obviously, I'm moving farther and farther away from any opportunities of OF. I know. So yeah, moving so far away. That's not even gonna be. They're not even close. Not even near that. I yes. I'm not fooled. I'm not a fool. And now, however, hold on. Let's see. You already know what I'm doing. I do this all the time. One second. I'm gonna help you out. I just feel a strong calling to help somebody today. We got a whole tarot card called the Fool. I know fools, baby. I know fools. Sweetheart. I know fools. I know fools. I am not a fool. Okay, so and I'm not gonna play one. I'm not gonna pretend one on the great world of the stage. The whole world is a stage. The whole world is a stage. The actor, the fool, the entertainer. I'm not gonna play the fool, but I know fools. I know lack of knowledge. People are destroyed. That's in the Bhagavad Gita. That's in the Bible, and also Martin Luther King said it. Um, no, I'm not gonna do that. And besides, my whole stitch is free will. Do what thou wilt. And I do believe in also men having control of their desires. I know it's hard to believe, but men men think with their brain. They think with their brain for the foremost because that's the part that is where the mind is processed, where thoughts are processed. So that's where men actually think from. Also, the sign for Aries is of the mind. It rules the head. It rules the mind. And that sign is the masculine sign for male. Now, the female sign for female is Venus. You're right. So, so yeah, I do spiritual things, and I'm going to educate, a few different ways, a few different areas. So there's just no way escaping this. There's no way escaping this. I'm going to talk about spiritual things, metaphysical things. I'm going to talk about, right now, I'm talking about love between man and woman, metaphysical things, the metaphysics about a relationship between man and woman as well. That's like the first definition of what is metaphysics, the relationship between man and woman. You could start there, and then it goes on to explain about, metaphysics in terms of relationships, career, success, personal growth, your mind, spirit, having unity with God, etc. So definitely by default, we're going to talk about. Oh, by the way, I'm also have degrees and credentials and what have you to to talk about. That allows me to talk about like the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, etc. So we're definitely going to be covering all of that, but from a metaphysical point of view. And that's why it has to be a clean space where I'm having the conversations. The space has to be clean. So the space that I'm operating in. So I have to start talking about this early. My little, oh, there it is. Come here. Credential. So yeah, this a lot. This says I know that I know spiritual. I know scriptures. I know scriptures. So yeah, of all kinds. I know the Bhagavad Gita. I understand Buddhism. I understand the Hindu religion. I grew up also with Native American that's Western, United States Native American belief systems. In fact, royalty from from the Native American community worked with me. Um, mhm. So, and I work with like prestigious individuals who are part of tribes, who are tribal. Mhm. Yeah. So, yeah. So definitely, I'm coming. Like I'm bringing information that, yes, it's meant. Okay, so that's why we're not in the age of Pisces. We're in the age of Pisces. No, we're not. Age of Pisces means you have the ability to um, to separate deception from reality. Like information is no longer deceiving you. That's why in the age of Aquarius, we're becoming aware so that we can explore all of the information, we go through all of it, and we have awareness and we're self aware to know which information is true. Not just because it's beneficial or positive, no, the true, just simply true. There's information that what I'm describing today doesn't, in some cases, it's a good thing for some, maybe, and of course, good things are not always good for others. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You know, the one who judges the book is the one who is witnessing the book. That's the one who judges the book. So, what we're saying is that we are becoming self-aware on a universal scale, and then of course we're going to discover all the like information they know now what to do with crypto, with the Genius Act, for example. Um, the things like that, smart things like intellect. Okay, so as our information perfects, um, as we're on our, we just entered into Age of Aquarius. Yes, we're only a little over a year in, but or like a year and a half in, and then as we go to Age of Pisces, which is self-actualization, self-realization. That's when we actualize, like say, ah. So we're not there yet. So people, right now they have the luxury of bliss and ignorance. They have the luxury to play the fool on the world stage, on the stage. The world's a stage. They have the luxury of doing that. And but this, guess what? This card is the card for Uranus. Guess who's guess whose sign Uranus is? You got it, Aquarius. Yes, you can be the fool in the age of Aquarius. You got the luxury, but someday you're going to have the big moment, the big realization, and you're gonna say, "Oh, that doesn't have to be today. Today, be a fool." As they say, don't worry, you have plenty of time to be an adult. Right now, your time is be a child. Be a child. It's their child's place. Be a fool and fool around. And then one day you're gonna say, ah, your mind will be fried, and you'll be like, whoa, I'm actually getting it. Yes, self-actualization, the realization. This is so surreal, so real. You're having a self-realization that you begin to see past the Maya, the illusion, and you're no longer in disillusion. When you look at the surface of waters, you're no longer seeing fragments and ripples, distortions. You're seeing right. The waters are so calm. You can see straight down to the bottom, and you see you on the surface, and you see all of the things inside, behind the wall. You see all into the window of your eyes, right down to what's inside, where it's right there, accessible to the soul. You will see it and you'll say, ah, now I get it. And you don't have to do that today. Today's not your day. That's okay. But I'm letting you know, I'm well past the fool. I'm past the fool. So I will not be joining. Okay. And yeah. Mhm. So, but yes, I'm definitely going to bring all of that. So that's just a short bit, but I got to bring all of it to so everything I said in addition to readings, by the way. So we got to do all of it. So yeah, so you mean you have to talk about all that and do readings? That's the point. That's a yes. Somebody caught my eye. Hold on. I ain't gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it today. I'm gonna let it be. I'm gonna let it ride. So, mhm. Whoops. Okay. So wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. A little bit of shuffling. Okay, I think I made my point with these. Let me shuffle them up. Hold on. Let me shuffle the cards. Um, Hold on. Let me get these nice and shuffled. Oops. Okay. Hold on. Okay, how far are we up? Okay, Oops. Oops. Up, 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 up. Okay, there we go. Whoops. I need to shuffle my cards. Something that I just do. I gotta make sure. I like to always have like a clean slate here, clean conversation. Okay, let's see here. All right, good. So it's going up and up and up and up and up. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Strong retention rates is, thank you so much. Strong retention rates, I think that's obviously that's what's why we're getting such like good numbers, like as in like growing towards my 1000 watch hour marker is because of high retention. I want to thank you for that. So I thank you for that. So now with that said, okay, I need to check on something. Okay, 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 okay. Um, whoa, my Bitcoin prophecy, six-figure Bitcoin prophecy. I wasn't even looking for that, but yeah, nice to see Bitcoin is doing really nice. Um, what's it called? Yeah, this one. Um, okay. Okay, so I need to get in the framework of, um, so I know, okay, 6 hours as in retention rate time is different from just like the time I press start and then go. And so I'm gonna try to work. Plus, I need to work on my discipline um, for, I guess, sustaining success. Okay, so I'm going to hang in here till I break my. I want my channeling an hour or more. So 60 minutes. 60 minutes, that's my endurance. So right now I'm on my endurance run. So if you get it, okay. So right now it's endurance, and I'm like straight like running, but I'm also, like I'm running, jogging, but at the same time I'm having to do this because I'm, fatigue, some stretching, but I'm also like doing the punches at the same time because I'm trying to stay, you know, in my keep my run, my pace without, and then when I get to the stop sign, by the stop sign, you get it. So I'm doing like the different. Hey, especially you got your big. I like to get those big earphones on, the one that you use for gaming, and then the earbuds. Mine's always pop out, and then if I like put uh, I put my hat on, a scarf, and then yeah, it hurts because all that jumping and stuff, like it rubs. Oh yeah, oh your ears be so sore. So I really like the. I know people hate it because for some reason they think that like noise pollution, like, but mostly like you're gonna blow out your ears. I'm like, I got this loud so I don't have to hear you. There's other senses. People forget that. Like, it's not just your, like, they just want the senses that they care about. Okay, so it's hearing. They're like, oh, all you have is your one sense creature. I'm like, no, I see you. I I can even feel you. I can feel you about. I can see you. So like there, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I'm on my endurance. I'm at the endurance. Do it. You do a 1 mile endurance last bit. Like you gotta max yourself out, and then you gotta do a mile or two of 3 miles. Um, oh, let me see. Let me calculate. I can find out. Let me see. How far? Hold on. Where's a map? It keeps coming up. Map. No, no. Uh, I'm gonna find out right now. 10th. Um, is it? No. That's not it. See how far it is. No, not that one. Not that lake. To um, it is. It's almost 2 miles. It's 1.7 miles. So almost 2 miles. And so I always walk I do the 1.7. So it's like nearly, so 3 miles and a half. So 3.4 miles. You got to add that plus when you get there, you gotta whatever's left, which is roughly 2 miles by the time you get to the trail. And then you do all that. It's like I do. It's 5 mile trail, I believe. Yeah, because twice you got to do it twice to get your 10. Because I do it twice, so there's your 10. Then you can swim, and then you do calisthenics, and you can get back, which is that 1.7. So about all of that. And okay, what was I saying? What was it speaking to? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I'm on my way back home. So I'm on that. So when you do all that, and you do all that, and you do the swim, and you did your run, your 10 miles. Then you gotta now you're on the way back home. I'm on this last leg. And okay, let me see. Oh man, somebody hit me. Ass. Somebody's a somebody's a big butthole. Who was a butthole who came in and hurt my average? Whoever you are, I hate you. And everything you stand for. I'm supposed to get to 60. Somebody came in here and hit it. Man, I hate you so hard right now. I could scream. I was so close. Oh my gosh. Oh, I was so good. Wait. I was trying to get to where it would be 60. I was trying to get to an hour in retention. Please don't come in here, Frank. Please don't come in here and hurt my average. Just stay back. I was doing so well. I hate you. with a passion. Okay, how long? Okay, it's 1:37. I'm here till 3. Unless I get 60. If I get 60 minutes, the moment I reach 60 minutes, I'm out of here. I'm just letting you know already. Cause yeah, they came in here and hurt my feelings. I'm kind of hurt right now. Okay. Yeah, that hurt my feelings. I was doing so well. You're like that car that gets in your way. Like you're running and that car gonna pull up all this like extra close. I mean like and you're like feeling the energy where you're gonna be like treating that car like a bad taxi driver. I don't you ever pick anybody else up from you. The cops are like minding their own business. Somebody made her mad. That is one of my habits. I won't punch you, but I definitely will punch your window. Wait, y'all get way too close, and I feel like, man, you don't know what I've been through. I'm gonna be like, I haven't quite gotten there where I'm breaking windows yet, car windows yet. That's harder than it looks like. When them cops do that, that cop is swinging like they mean it. Well, now they got the little handle that does it for them. But if somebody punches and breaks your car window, for somebody who gets mad at Mach 1000 and I do the best I can, that person who breaks the car window by punching it, they really mad. I thought, okay, I thought that I might need anger management. Now, okay, if I need anger management, they need like anger. They need therapy, anger management, like therapy and anger management, and maybe a psychiatrist. I don't get that. I don't get that work. But it does make a lot of noise. It does make big bang. It does make a big boom noise. But that was the funniest thing. And oh, okay, so here's the intersection when that happened. So when I did that, I was so mad. I went around and I just crossed the intersection and straight to the payphone. And the cop was like, right. So okay, so we're right here. The cops are here. I got out. I and then I crossed the inter. I just walked across the intersection to the path. I was so livid. Oh, I never been so mad in my life. I was so mad in my life. I thought my spirit was literally had leaped outside of me. I was so mad. And I said, don't you ever let that driver come drive anyone here from this space again. Campus. It was a camp. I was like, do not let this, please do not allow this driver to pick anybody else from this campus. I was like, let them drive in the city. So every time I started seeing him around in the city, he was like, he didn't want to take it up. He was over it. I was so mad. And the other driver did me so good. He took a shortcut, but of course I took care of him anyway. Money was not the issue. I worked very hard for that little bitty money I had. All I was just trying to do was get from campus or point A to point B. I was just trying to get home to do work on time. I was so livid. Oh my gosh, I've never been so angry. So anyway, you're like that. You're that driver who like try to who like knows you're trying to do your thing. You're mind your own business. It's a beautiful. You're enjoying your beautiful day. You're part of the beautiful day. You're sharing. You don't mind sharing. Everybody's staying in their yard, but you're gonna be that one driver that's like beep, beep. Like nobody wants that. Nobody needs that. Just go on back. You got to go. I guess they want me to go like this, but my workouts are way when I do work out, they're way too intense. I'm not here to I don't do that. My workouts are intense. Yeah, you whomever you came in here and messed up my average, that's you right now. You were not needed. You're not required for this particular uh this little thing going on. You're not required. You do not need to come in here and mess up my average. Let me see. Let me check. Okay, it's going up again. All right. Thank you. I have to work. I have to get it back up. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm trying to get 60-minute retention average. So, um, the good thing is I have roughly an hour and 15 minutes, 1 hour and a quarter. I have 1 hour and a quarter. If I have 4 quarters, I give you three. How many quarters do you have now? Exactly. 3 quarters. Don't get it wrong again. Okay. Why do I keep checking back and forth? I want to check it in one more time. Man, I got a long way to go to get to 60. I don't want, I'm not going to sell. I need six. I need to say 60 and better. Okay, I'm gonna relax. Oh yeah, by the way, if I'm out exercising and like people now, like if I'm doing this, sometimes like instead of doing like full on, I always do like this, so it's less intimidating. And if they're like just out there, and if they're like elder, like I do these, I change these or these to these. So I go like rather than like this, I go. And I like to do those double hops where you go where you're running and you start going like this and you start kicking yourself forward with you like you raise up your knees but you go and then when I really am into it I start kicking out like and then if they start looking at me like it's a parade then I'll just kind of do my I'll start doing these stretches so that's how I handle that so yeah so they don't think I'm trying to imitate Russians. No, it's a really great workout. That's why I do it. It's not because I want to be a Russian soldier or a Korean soldier. No, it's because it's a really great workout. That's why. It's a another like a if you would like from regular running or jogging, it keeps you active and it's a different kind of shake up the muscle memory a little bit. So yeah. My favorite time to go running is, believe it or not, is nights. I love the nights to go running, and you got your phone on in the and you're running in the trails. But it's beautiful because sometimes, like when there's like the moon is lighting everything up, you don't need this except for like in some when you're going amongst trees, which is beautiful. The wind is the wind, nice breeze, the rustling of the winds. It's kind of it feels good and spooky at the same time. It feels like the astral plane. If you've ever traveled to the astral plane, like the very first time you would travel, and you're like, "What is this?" Everything looks 3D. That's what it looks like to me. Anyway, so reason why is because that's I mean you get only thing is you get a creep or two, who I hate that. Like I hate when people call me and I'm in the middle of a really great story. A pleasure. Donald here. Hi. Okay. If if well, we could see how it goes because she may not even use all her minutes. But if it goes over, because she's already in a reading with me, I won't mind. Okay. Okay. A pleasure. Welcome. A pleasure answering your call today, and they pressed me a bit of what you're looking for today, and so I'm here to provide that service for you, and hope that you get the answers you seek. Well, the way that I work is I like my personality and my style. I do better. I think people find greater success if they know what they're talking about. It could be very general in one word of what area that you're interested in. I don't pick up what, like you might say, your immediate interest. Spirit, like, will give me something they need you to know. You might not even be interested in that. Okay, sure. Okay, okay. I can go from there. All right. So what I can see in this round is that you will um, have this. It's like it's a connection. I feel like it's a very personal, but it's an intellectual connection, and it feels like, well, has this person thought of me lately? I'm also hearing that vibration. Or am I on this person's mind? I'm hearing conversation, dialogue, but then it's, how does this person feel? What's the connection between the two of you? So it feels very fresh, even very new, this energy. But it's like there's plenty of time for this to catch up to, and what kind of connection, heartfelt connection will this become? Does this become any deeper, any greater, or are there romantic interests here, romantic interests? And but it feels like they may, but they don't seem very visible to me. I have to be honest. I can sense the energy. Like when you two, if I walked into a room and I saw you both, I would say that those two would attract to, are definitely going to attract sooner or later. But then it's like some time would need to go by. It wouldn't be immediately that evening that I would see it. Like a week or two. You two had some time together. You both, your auras were pulled. You both into the middle of the room. Next thing you know it, he and you were talking. And then, of course, romantic interest comes up, or the thoughts of it at least. Right now, it's all mental, right now, I guess. It's all mental, like chatters in the mind. Hmm. I like his energy already because it sounds like he's entertaining in my reading because he's so curious about you, wanting to know more, like more in depth about you, and wanting to, like, he says, he does better with relationships where he's able, he says he like to get to know you first or become friends first. He says that. So, and he also is good at meeting people on the fly. Like, okay, first of all, how do you approach someone and you like them and you want them to know, but you can't quite say it out loud because you want him to initiate that. But he's good at going off the fly, off the cusp. He could just connect with you, and he's like, wow, we're really getting along. You're laughing and smiling. He's laughing and smiling. So I like how he gets on well with you, and like naturally in I guess in a conversation. Very nice. I think he's going to show that he's interested. He might say, well, do you know when this might happen? I feel like this is going to happen very soon. Like it at least would happen like within a 3 week framework. I feel like something major, like a major step forward, like maybe by end of July. But I mean, I'm seeing this definitely crossing over, like more investment of time needed. Maybe August, like it makes definitely August, not maybe, but August. Even if it's early August, first week of August would be nice. Hmm. Okay. Mm. 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 Good. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, right now, all I'm seeing is that, okay, so my readings seem to be very raw. It does not care. It only cares about what his decisions are, what your decisions are. Very primal, my style. Like it's not gonna pick. My style of reading is gonna be like, oh, by the way, this man has got this going on. You know, it's like, okay, this man, like, right, in it, things that you already know those types of things. So those things don't come up. I never see those type of things. But one thing now, of course, why wouldn't you two work out? It will come out like that in the wash, I would say. But in this case, so when I say what I'm about to say next, this is going to play out in real life in a very primal, very raw, but honest. This man is going to make a move. He's going to make a move. He's going to suggest that he and you two talk in person. Would you care to talk? Would you care to sit down and speak in person? He'd like to get to know you. He's already picked up on your energy, and even if it's he to explain his position and what is it about you that's causing him to rethink everything. If you want me to add rethink and based on what you've shared, like why is he wanting to put this in front of his life? How important is this to him? What does it mean? Mm, mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm, okay. See, there's an energy that you're picking up on that I'm looking at that you're talking about, and that's this fact that that he was able to pick up on you so quickly, so on the fly, like all he wanted was you. All he could project to you. You said it was so crazy how he was just anything that you wanted at the time beforehand, he was ready to do it. You're so good. You picked up on that. That's the energy that I'm actually speaking to. That's the raw energy of him wanting to get with you. Yes. Yes. Right. 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 Okay. Right. You're making my horn stick up. I'm like, okay, that's honest. You said you do have a something that's special. That's like you said, you're a very special person. He's a very special person. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's the primal vibration that he's giving is that in spite of all the things that you shared in the reading that you know of, he's going to reach out and he's going to want to explore this. What is he left with now with you? Now you've unblocked him. Mm, okay. 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 Right. Mm, okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. So let's look at it this way. So the reason, let's say the reason, okay. So he, as you say, he lays claim to he wanted to see you before you shut it down. Now the reading is suggesting that going forward, he's making the suggestion that he and you to meet. And like, okay, but what for? Does he have the capacity to give you what you need in that conversation if you agree and meet? Okay, so I want to start with, and you agreed to meet. So you agreed to meet. We're gonna just say you did. You have what then? So he then will then say, he's saying he then, the purpose of the meet is to be for the things that he had been too, uh, what do you call it? Too in the midst of getting what he wanted. He was just going, what can he get out of the situation? Desire, how can he take advantage of the situation? Don't give too much too soon. Okay, now that he's been exposed. Now he's saying he's ready. If he needs to do that with you, he will tell you and speak from an honest space, which is everything you pointed out. Yes, he doesn't intend his life to change, his marital life, home life, his structure of his life to change. No one asked him, but if he was going to do something about it, this is pretty much what it is. He's like, no, I'm fine there, but he does like the connection he and you share, but it's much more deeper than I just generalized it and put a glaze over it. But he's just like, you drive him outside of himself. I think his ego clashes a little bit when he's confronted with truth. Like, don't go blaming the world for his hiccups. I mean, his mistakes. Don't go blaming the world. Don't undermine what he and you shared. He came on pretty strong for someone who's now feeling, okay, you nailed him. You nailed him right there to the cross. And that's a good thing. Like, own his stuff. Okay. Yeah. Uh, okay. Okay. Right. Okay. So will he finally be honest? Are you asking me? Are you? I want to be clear. You are asking me if he's going to be honest this time, like more like straightforward and put it all on the table. I know it's going to bother him to do this. But I think he likes to play the game, and no one likes to explain the rules as they play the game. And I mean, okay, so to speak. So like you said, man, you heard him telepathically, man, you're messing up my game here. But yeah, I don't want to play that game. Like, look, I'm looking for something more authentic. Be fair. And so but now he will do it, and it will not diminish the idea of him wanting to still participate with you or see where things lead. he will be able to put it more like be more honest or even blunt. Like, okay, I am married. I never really considered leaving, out of my marital situation. I'm not going to. I like my structures, but I do what I want to do. That part. I do what I want to do. If I see a woman and I'm interested in her, even though I'm married and I say I'm happy, I still want to explore my pleasures of the world with other women. Right now, like I've never, like you are amazing to me. If you don't mind me saying, like he's gonna really say it. He's gonna say it. But when he says it this time, he's gonna mean it, but it's gonna be true. Okay, that's why he wants to meet up this next time around, especially this playing out in August. Hmm. But there's an energy that's supporting you right now. He said, well, what about these next 2 weeks or what's left of it? Um, this is a powerful time for like Saturn. Saturn's in retrograde. Saturn has this. It's like a return into relationships. And mentally, it allows for people to solve a problem. Like especially like you're describing past life issues. Oh boy, yeah, something major can like you both can find a solution to his problems of being honest for one. Yes. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. That's a big deal. That takes time to do that. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Yes. The actions. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Outside acting. Yes. Like do things that he typically he doesn't do. Even for let's say ladies who he even finds attractive, he still doesn't do these things for them this way. He doesn't act like this all the time. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yes. Mm. Good. Right. Right. He didn't honor the special moment. That's not good. That is so perfect. Only you could say that. Only a lady could say that. That comes from the divine feminine. That's a beautiful statement to make. And it makes you think. I mean, it's a teaching statement. Where it's very inspirational. I think that this is what's been corrected when I said there's something here that he's learned about you that he needed to be authentic. Like the statement you just made definitely is teaching him to be authentic. the way that you're going to make him approach you now. It is the relation between men and women. Metaphysically is very gorgeous, very beautiful, enlightening. You know, it definitely teach him how to be better, do better. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. The goddess side of God, the universe, knew what she was doing because he's like, no, he doesn't get to understand this. She's gonna teach him that. He didn't know what's going on. Why did he lose you? This is because it's not special. Then turns out it is. It's just that he needs more lesson here, more things to learn. Good. You know, there's if that were true, what this guy said, he wasn't he was deceiving himself. He wasn't being honest, genuine, connected with himself. Because otherwise, he would have gave up completely. That's what that means. He would have able to stop and not want anything go any further. But that's not what happened. Okay. Mhm. Okay. See. Hmm. Hmm. Mhm. See. Mhm. Yes. Specifically, he's going to push the meeting up even more so than talking via the phone. If like phone means he's letting you know he wants to meet up. Mhm. Yes, right. And you know why? Because that's the time he wants to try to communicate to you, and then you can see that he's effort and trying and attempting, and look how believable he is. And that way, you already know him through and through. Your being that you're so, like you have an. Oh, by the way, you already know this, but you do have an open. He and you have an open channel, like an open channel connection, like full on blast emotions, open channel of emotions. you two are communicating in several different ways at once. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to have a like they're trying to explain what that is, like the like sigma vibrations. You know, like you said, telepathically, there's people you could speak with, like you're speaking with them. But you even know how to, I never met too many people who knew how to hang up the phone though. You know how to hang up. That's a good thing. You know how to or cut the cord, as you say. You know how to detach as well, so you don't have to hear them. You know what you're doing. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's not one practice. Mm, mm, yes, that's so beautiful. It's all tied in. Yes, you know this already, but he's practicing. He may not call it what you call it, but he is like he has to be stop and think about why is he so lucky all the time? Like why has he have open channels? Because he found you. He's on the right. He's following a path that guided him to you, and all he's done is just live life. But he may not know what to call it, but he's definitely practicing. Okay, that a beautiful awakening, right? But natural. His is natural, organic. He's not trying. Oh wow, you picked up on that too. Hmm. Okay, that's soulmate twin flame things. Mhm. 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 Right. Mhm. Right. Mhm. But we can't deny the special connection that he and you have. That's just not realistic to do that. Because it's like saying something doesn't exist when there's so much evidence that it the fact that you two are twin flames is evident. Like no, you're not. No one's denying that. Um, mm-hmm, mm-hmm, exactly. That's surpassing. I love it. Like I love the way you put it. That's right. Hmm. You had more to gain when you shut it down because he had a reckoning. He had to admit that he really was into you, remembering you, whatever it was that needed to be through the cell memory that in the past, like the DNA, it broke through and remembered you. And he started saying he's got to see you again. He knows how important you are. Mm. Activation. It activated and then he got it. You know, even without him knowing anything about the whole thing, but he got it. He understood the message. He's connected to you like, and that means if being that this is true, we know how the story goes. There's no one else that he's connected with like this in this way. He can have all the options in the world. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yes. Open his heart in this way. That is exactly what he's experiencing. That's more like his words, like what his like the words he has to explain his side of it, of the experience. And he's even willing to, you said, in this way, you said, do it this way. That means he can, you said, will he, can he change up his old ways, the old ways that I found out? I believe so. He do it this way. He's definitely letting the other way go. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Right. Right. This is a good challenge for the universe. Universe always illustrates that twin flames do exactly that. Give us something bigger than we imagine and surpass expectations. This would be a good one. A very wonderful gift, like a wonderful return. Oh, and that Saturn return thing that's going on with this whole Gemini, that will help. It will help with that. It's gonna help bring that forward, where he can own it. Hmm. Well, I'm monitoring it for the next 2 weeks. I know that in solar time, it's different from the solar time. So we're definitely going based on, it's like it's got the what do you call it? It's astro theming. It's astro theming. So it's definitely over the next 2 weeks before we start considering what's going on. Everything is becoming personalized and about the home afterwards. Afterwards, I mean, you can kind of feel it, but right now it's about the connection you're describing. It's specifically about the connection you're describing. But this has been going on since, gosh, as we're bringing in, it's like, well, from the fifth, well, it started from the 15th going forward. So we're like a few days in, actually. Mm, mm, mm. What's in what's interesting about the connection is that he's able to see the details and it's naturally available to him. He knows that the connection, like it's like reminding him, like as you said, there's reminding connections, and there's also connections that surpass like what he normally would do or wouldn't do that he would consider to do this time. Connections that he will only share with you. There are things that there means certain things that he's going to do for the very first time, but he's doing this first time action with you. It's not with he's not done it with anyone else. That's beautiful to think about. New experiences happen in relationships. Well, I've never felt someone's never no one's been able to make me do that ever in my life. Oh, for the first time in my life, he does this for you. He's willing to do this with you. Mm. That's letting us know that we don't know all the stories in the book of love and love creating and making. There's things that we won't ever know. There's things that no, he's gonna know a big one. This was a good one where he's realizing, wait a minute, so you can have brand new experiences with somebody else that you love, fall in love with. Yep, yeah, because the twin flame vibration has to surpass all the love experiences that he's ever imagined. That means that surpasses like you want to even say his exes. It has to be bigger and grander. Otherwise, it's what's the point? Mm, it is. It is. It's very confusing, especially when you put the mix on. Wait a minute, he's married. Is he supposed to be like having everything in the world? Is he supposed to know everything now? Now that he's, married and a father and all that, crap as a career. Now he knows everything, but then it turns out he's only begun scratching the surface. Especially about like the way love works and what it's able to do. No one's in charge. It's the one power that no one, not even government's in charge of is love. They can take on, what love can grant us. They can manage that. They could bottle that and sell it, but they cannot love in itself like this one, where hearts fall in love. That isn't on the shelves and it's not taxable. Yeah. Mm. Okay. That means he's challenging. Yeah, like you said, everything right now is blowing his mind. It's confusing. His ego is seeking to know everything. I know everything. But then, or I'm in charge. Not then he realizes, wait a minute, love is escaping through the filter. His little barriers, his little, he says armor, keeping his armor on. Love, the love specifically, a very specific love. He has love, but I mean a specific love. Oh, I would wanted to. There was a part that was missing, a bit of information. This is for you. The reason why you're able to get past his armor. How was I like? Okay, all the women that he says he can flirt around and get connected with. How was you? How were you that you were so easily able to get past his defenses? That's because you, as a twin flame, can speak to his subconsciousness. You can speak to him in the sacred places. Okay. Mm, mm, okay. Mm, mm, right. What's even more interesting is that this, for males, this is not open to all women. I know they wouldn't. No one wants to hear that out loud, but kind of like women. All This is like saying all women like all men. That's not the truth. All women do love women, yes, all women, but however, there's particular individual women that can speak to right down to the center of a male and get him to see and understand things not even his mother could get him to understand and see. But you can, yeah. That's how you're able to grow. That's how you're able to help him to grow and be have that honesty conversation. Because somebody else could be in your position and not even get anywhere close. He'll just spin her another lie. But with you, he's like, for some reason, I feel better being honest with you and telling you everything. It's like, why didn't he do that for me? Well, it's because you speak to us in places she can't. That's a personal superpower of yours. You have a superpower. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, that's the easy part. It's easy to, clean the carpet, put out the best dishes, but it's actually protecting and safeguarding that space on a continuous level, like continuous and just, like at each moment that you keeping it managed, that every moment you're correcting in that space, your oneself, his self, for example, that is maintaining that. That's the most challenging part. That's the difficult part. Yeah, you could create a space for people to come in, but you also got to protect it. You got to keep it clean for them because who wants to come and dine in a place that's not well kept? So yeah, yeah, and people see it. They what do you call it? What looking at a person's fruits. People won't come and dine or sit with you unless they sense it or feel it. They have to sense it and feel that it's safe, that they have to feel safe. Then once they do, then everything you said, but yeah, that you hit it. But you reminded me of the work that really goes into making sure that everybody's happy in these spaces. That you gotta keep them happy. And the first start is keeping it nice and tidy. Yep, exactly. See, we talked about how you attracted to him, but what made him attract to you? Yeah, you keeping your space nice and clean and proper as you have, very spiritual, very bright. You're a very good, energy for him to connect with, and he understood it. He understands your good energy. It's your energy too. It's your work that you've done. Hmm. He knows. Yes, he is your twin. You're his twin flame. Yes, he's your twin flame too, and he knows connecting with you it's valuable. See, hmm that's what that's what I was coming from. You're protecting your space. You not only make sure it's nice and healthy, so healthy people come in and you take care of them once you let them in, but also you keep it in nice and proper and clean, and that's like you said, protected. And that, yeah, and of course, you know what, that's kind of like shutting the door when a woman does that. It's not like, wow, the heavens have shut its gates to me. That's what it feels like. It feels like the gates have been shut from of heaven. So he knows that that's not a good thing, something he did wrong. The male, divine male says, oh, I have something to learn here. She's teaching me something. Even if she doesn't take me back, I'll learn a life lesson out of this. So like you did an excellent action. You did the right action by putting him on hold for a moment, not letting him have an immediate entrance, and then when he tries again, like you said, of course, like in life, this is the 3D. He's going to enter in and be respectable the way that whatever is the criteria is to enter, he will. I hope so. Yes, right. Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Absolutely. Heart centered healing, truthful. Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. He's doing a beautiful, you're doing a beautiful thing. He's witnessing a beautiful thing. He may not know what to call it. Yes. He won't realize how lucky he is till he realize when people talk about it. He get around people talking about how they wish they could. Yeah. He's like, oh, I know somebody who does that. He'll be the lucky one out of the group. He'll realize how lucky he is. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. That is the funniest thing. People will remember, and they'll tell me things that I thought about, and I'm like, there's my proof right there. I know I'm not the sort that gets into laboratories, but some people they call it they and things that I think about as a past life. People come and tell me, "Oh yeah, I remember you." I'm like, "Okay," and then but they start telling. Then they tell me exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, okay, there you go. The universe letting me know that yes, that's real too." Yeah. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. I'm meant to be. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Yes. Love is love. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mhm. Like you say, you don't know how long you have, how long it lasts. I love that statement. That's ringing in my heart. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Mm-hmm. Wow. A very special time indeed. Wow, that's so beautiful. Very lucky we had that time together. It's so beautiful. That's exactly the feelings. See, that's invaluable. You cannot tax that. That does not belong in a bottle. That belongs in a person. It belongs in you, and to be channeled out to the special person deserving. That is so beautiful. And like you said, will he protect the connection? I have a feeling that he will. Like the way you described him. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Right. Right. Hmm. 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 Right. Right. Mm, I do believe that it's like um, this has shaken up something that because there's a truth and then there's a false self. Like his true self is overriding old programs. There's an overriding of a program that he's followed, a program that's clearly served him well. But this program, but then there's a truth. He found something, discovered something like a treasure. And so your natural energy is helping him to override the parts that are bad programming. Yep. Yes. Yep. Right. Them wanting to side with you or become unified, that unity, they describe the unity with you. He seeks that with you because he touched it. He knows that this is authentic with you, he knows that's true. Hmm. Right? That's so true. Right. It is. Right. And it's right down to the root of things, right down to the root of his going ons. It's coming from the like he's generated from the same place. And now you're coming in and you're helping to kind of clear some things out. It's very powerful. It's a full action here. It's a very full action. He's very fortunate because I mean I like to reinstate. He has been able to manage this gift he possesses, though he may not know what to call it, even know what it is, or even recognize that he's doing it. but he knows how to do it intentionally. He knows how to flip it on. It's channeled through his personality, and it's done. It's treated him well. Life has treated him very well, and now he's in a place where he can enhance this energy, this beautiful gift, and make it even more loving and beautiful, greater than he's ever imagined. And he's doing this with somebody who he's familiar with. There's a familiar vibration that this is something good. That's why it's wholesome. That's why it's coming across something as like pure as this. I mean, primal is pretty pure. You mentioned fire a couple of times. It's pure. Mm. It, his human side, well, the male side, yeah, definitely. Like, wow, he got a super gift. Oh, a charming gift. That's the best gift, coveted gift out of the guys. You know, like Zeus must really love him. Absolutely, he's misused it a couple of times. Oh, a lot of times actually. Yeah, he misused it. Mm, mm, um, yeah, right, right. Mm, mm, mm. And right, right, absolutely. Breaking down of old paradigms. That means paradigms, come and go, or some are being lost, laying wayside. You're nailing it. You're on it. You're so on it. And his situation was so interesting is that scope of his, that's what's also going away. That's what's going away for sure. His old way of using his abilities in that nature, in that way to fulfill his personal nature. But then he connected with you and realized, like, okay, I may not know all the God stuff, all the divine stuff, but through woman, he definitely respects woman. Like he reveres a woman, especially a woman who he cares about and loves. Like as twin flame, everything he needs to know about divine being channeled through her, through you. Then he can open his mind to that higher vibration, then finding unity once again with higher self. You're making him say, oh yeah, you have to strive. You want this relationship, strive for higher self. He's working hard. Hmm. Then connects, then through his experience with you, he's showing him how, you said teaching earlier, demonstrating for him how to do so. He connects, he finds divinity through his relationship with you. That's men. That's much more masculine. The men usually have to find the divine or any hopes of it through a nice woman. A nice woman definitely will get him close to connected with divine. Yeah, that's right. That's why men let you inside, right? Because you know what exactly to put outside. Outside, what also what to bring inside too. You even know what to bring, what goes in and what goes out. So he definitely could use this as a life experience, as a reason, like lesson wise, for him to gain you, to earn you, gain you a part of your life purpose, to be a part of your purpose, your journey. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, oh yeah, you're immune. You're not so taken by his gift. Like you know him, you already know him. Not in a way, not in the sense that they don't have free will. I mean, but you know he was using a little bit of his extra stuff to try to get what he wanted, and you they didn't fly with you. That's another shocker, like indicator, like oh, I don't know everything. Oh, there's another wonderful thing about the Gemini. Gemini is handing us facts about something that we really are innately wonderful in, and but that we don't know everything. So this is a truth that he knows. Like this has always worked for him continuously. He never hit snake eyes until he met you, and then the hard truth of, oh my, I was very wrong about this one. Mm-hmm. 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 Uh, if well, yes, if not 2 weeks time into the third week, the first week of August. I'm looking at the first week of like you say. Well, let's look because so okay. My brain processes between now and end of July, which is a little less than 2 weeks, but into the 2 weeks into that third week is first week of August. At the same, oh, it's happening with the same week. So I'm literally looking at like before August we already like there's already conversation already make the plans to we agree to meet, and then the meeting happens. He is so happy, Jackie's so happy. August comes, and that's when I felt that he's gonna share share and more share. He's gonna share his perspective, his ideas, and what drew him in. And he's gonna be an open accessible, I should say. He's gonna be an accessible book. Any information you need to access of him, you're gonna be able to get it from him without having to, read his mind. Well, you're gonna read his mind, but he's gonna when you ask about it, he's gonna share it through his lips as well as his mind. Okay. Accessible information. Hmm. He's not going to be projecting. He's not going, he's going to, because he's trying to win you to show that he's really a nice guy. His ego came out when his gift failed him. This was not supposed to happen. He's that doctor that's like, I get it right all the time. How did I get this? How did I miss this? Mm, that's not his usual situation where he shuts down and says, "Oh, I don't guess we don't have this going on," and that's not true. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's meant to. Yes, that's what makes the twin flame so tricky is because it's supposed to get you some things that you were looking for, and things that you were looking for you didn't expect, and then things that you wouldn't even think to expect it. You're like, if I just get this minimum, I'm happy. But then universe says, no, that's a twin flame. You get that and all of that, the things you didn't even ask for that are wonderful. I love the idea of he and sharing, excuse me, sharing uh, this that attainment. That's the word we're reaching. Attainment. That's the fancy word. Attainment. He and you are reaching the attainment of your. That's when what do you say come into fruition. In the yoga, they like to bring it down everything to one word. Attainment. He and you achieve attainment because of the fact that you two have such a channel where it's so just open, and the way that you read each other. Soulmate is I like how you worded it. Soulmate is definitely taking away from the twin flame experience. He and you are. Because to achieve the gifts you both have for each other, that comes by way of twin flame. By already deciding you've chosen each other. Hmm. You've chosen each other. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yes, I am too. I think that I think his mind's gonna be very open to you with this time. Mhm. Yes, a nice direction. That's him. The direction is open. The direction, the right path, the right direction, moving in the right direction. Mm. 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 Yes, a pleasure. I try. I try. I try to like make sure that I'm learning more as I can. You know, I'm trying to learn. I feel like I'm trying to catch up with everybody, so I'm trying to learn as much as I can. But I try to make myself available like every other day. But I'm specifically on the weekends and Monday, like Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm definitely on with nothing would keep me from here on those days. But then on like the rest of the days, like Tuesday through Friday, I try to get here. I My goal is always at least get here majority of the time. Like sometimes I'm lucky and get here every day, but sometimes it's every other day. So yeah, okay. Well, you definitely educational experience. I hope that you are. I think you are. You said that you're doing this like you're teaching in the world. You teach in the world. You definitely have teacher energy. Okay. Okay. Well, I would be definitely in the classroom. I'd be buying the booklet and everything. I always say that I'm international, and in the U.S., people always ask me what you're asking me now. So, where are you from? I think they're short of saying what planet. Well, they hear me the things I like to talk about. They say, "Well, what planet are you from?" I should ask, if not what country you're from. Or they always ask, "Are you from Canada?" So at least ask that when they rule out, okay, or you're not necessarily, you're not okay, you're not from Europe, okay, are you from, were you ever from, did you grow up in, from maybe South Africa, or and you just come to the U.S. were you born there, or then they'll take it to, oh, then you must be from Canada. I'm like, no, 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 that's not that's not it either. But now I understand why universe made me like that, grow up like that, is because I end up speaking to people from all these places that people ask me if I was from there. So it worked out. And I understand everybody. Somebody can speak to me, doesn't matter where they're from. If they can speak it in some form of English, I understand it for some reason, like fluid English to me. So I always say that's why I always say I always jokingly I say I'm international though. Yeah, I'm right here in the in the USA, always waiting for people to come visit. So, mm, yeah, you picked up on, and if you ever were to draw my astrological chart, that's exactly what it states. It states that my Venus is that is my companion. Venus is my companion, rather than my native planet. So it says that I have to, and any time that I consider, which are fiery signs, I always have to consider. it channels through Venus. So I come out more. I come off a little bit more like a more like a fire, but more like and like a campfire that's controlled. It's not like a blazing fire consuming all consuming. No, that's not mine. Venus temperaments that in a healthy way. I was forewarned. They said, be forewarned. Venus is not going to have you doing what normal blazing, fireballs do. You no, you read me. You opened up the book. I'm just saying how accurate you are. I literally had the documents on that. And that's the first thing you said. You cut through. You could have said any millions of other things. You cut right through it. You said you had Venus is. Yep. You're Venusian. That's yeah. You said Mercury. I am, well, okay, so I am from the metaphysical community. It's opera organization, Psychic Education Research Association, and they're in a rules section in the Bible Belt. So I have my run in with, oh, are you sure you want to be reading tarot cards? Because look what it says in Deuteronomy. So we're from the, okay, so Bible Belt. Okay, so there's a stretch, right in the, imagine, some like a belt, somebody wearing a belt in the middle of themselves. Okay, that's where I'm from, but in America. It's not the Bible Belt. It stretches across the Midwest. Mine is more like I branched out to the Western world into California vibrations, and then in California allowed me to. They said, look, anything you want the world to know, you better come to California. I want the world to know that I'm psychic. Come to California. So that's where I grew up, right? So California kind of took me into the wings, and that's where and the first teacher who is a male. So I took under crossing into the industry. A phone psychics was with a male. Yep, 63 of age, 63 older gentleman, and he liked. Yes, he ended up liking things that I couldn't believe. It's like for someone who's older, you like these things. He's like, yeah, yeah, I like that. So yeah, the music, the way his nature, his personality, with someone running, someone very young, it's the. But see, up California, so I visited like the studios in Beverly Hills and all of that, doing that TV thing. But so they, all of those types of scenarios, kind of like where I get the rearing from. But I was there long enough to hear I remember some very young, and my guardians, they tried to get me to place my tarot cards outside under a rock, and I said absolutely not, because if it rains, my cards would be ruined, and they're my first tarot deck, and I earned these. And I was a teenager and scared because they could have said yes. Okay, go ahead. Yes. Okay, you gotta go. It was a pleasure speaking with you. Yeah, you opened me up. It was a pleasure. But call back anytime and I'll be more focused. But you opened me up, and so I talked. Oh, I'm a Gemini ascendant, so there you. That's why I'm so chatty. I'm blaming it on Gemini. That's why I got distracted and started talking about myself too much. Okay. I was only asking you what you were asking me. Okay, I was only saying what you were asking me. Okay, all right. Well, it was a pleasure, and we'll talk again, I'm sure. Anytime you like. A pleasure. Okay. Oh boy, she wasn't really reading me. Those are things that I said already. So, um, I don't want to say everything. They're doing hot readings and cold readings. The things I share with them, I never said online. That was a test reading, by the way. Oh, I better log out before they try to get me again. But I'm like, if you're gonna like, you want to hang out with me, fine. You want to? I'll talk about myself. I'm like, sorry, I got. I started giving too much detail. So what I did was I started saying very detailed stuff. Like I'm from opera. I was on TV. I threw it back at him. I was like, oh yeah, I was on opera. I was on TV. I was like, oh okay, I gotta stop you right. I gotta stop you right there. He was trying to ask me where I grew up. That's none of your business. Hmm. So yeah, so I said very specific things. It's like, well, you can look it up if you want to. You're a detailer like, well, we can't talk because you're not a real client, but you pay me, so let's talk. My little interview. Okay. Oh, 2 more minutes. Okay, I gotta hang in there for 2 more minutes, and then I have 60. I'll have 60. 2 more minutes, and I'll have my hour. I already logged out. Okay. But everything I said was true. But I didn't want to. I'm not gonna tell them where I'm born, because then they'll call back and say you were born here, you were born there. Okay. Well, I'm doing things. They only give me information that I've told them or that I said online. Anyway, that there also are. Remember, that was a test reading. That wasn't a real reading. That was another psychic. But see, the psychics from, by the way, Michelle Knight snooping. So Michelle, I gave it away. Who asked about a person by the name of Michelle Knight? Michelle Knight, trying to get Michelle Knight. By the way, is the one who asked me. See the correlation? Look, didn't I say what I am not? Let me show you one more time, just in case you forgot. Trying to tell you the things that I'm not. Okay, in case you forgot, I'm trying to tell you the things that I'm not. In case you forgot, I see the correlation for your information. So, oh man. Okay, I get to relax for 3 hours. Oh yeah, it's Saturday. Okay. That was fun. Hmm. They must have heard my conversation that I'm planning on going to the UK. I have a feeling we're gonna end up meeting. She's good as I am. At least she's learning. At least they're paying attention. I don't. I want them to pay attention and learn the things that I share. They even use my dialogue, by the way, which I'm okay with, as long as they use it correctly. Because that's how we communicate. They got to learn my language. But I don't want them to be like, oh, they're from here, and okay, so if I just talk with a twang, no, that won't cut it. Because I made sure they understood, like, well, if you're gonna go this way, even they asked me where I'm from. Okay. But yeah, I had to. Well, I did the TV thing and I went over there, but look at the Beverly Hills, the Beverly Hills, and that's where I got the rear. I shook it up a bit. I don't think they like that too. Yeah, because they're supposed to be getting on my nerves. I'm not gonna work underneath them. I'm glad that they're starting to realize. First of all, they can see me as an equal. I ain't gonna go over there and be a little psychic male whore, like be your Bajork. Oh yeah, I read it. You think I'm the Green Man? I mean, my last name is Reed, which is which is which is which is Irish, Celtic. I get it, but I'm not gonna be that. Reed. I am American. Whatever it is, if I'm a druid, I'm an American druid. If I'm a prophet, I'm an American prophet. If I'm a prophetess, I'm an American prophetess. No, I'm not a prophetess. If I'm a whatever it is, if I'm a genie, I'm an American genie. I'm not an Arabian genie. I'm not stuck in a bottle. If I'm a psychic, okay, fine. I'm an American psychic. Whatever it is, I'm American. Oh gosh. Uh I got 1 minute in. 1 minute in. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight for it. I need just 1 minute. I'm off by 1 minute. I need 60. I need 60 minutes. Hmm. Um, y'all, do y'all mind if I need to I need to shop here. I'm still on, but let me let me shop. Let me give you. Um, let me see. Let me turn off this light. I'm gonna wind it down. Okay, so what was I doing? Oh yeah, yeah. I'm going to shop a little bit. Let me grab me something. Uh, I know. I'm panning. I'm panning for minutes here. Oh, I need just a minute. Yo, y'all, I need 2 minutes. Let's see. Uh, come on. Come on, man. Come on. I need 2 minutes, bro. Come on. Give me the minute, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Bruh. Come on, bro. Come on. No. Is it this one? Nope. Bruh. Oh, my bad. Bruh. Bruh. Okay, okay, oh. Yeah. Okay, yeah, those are things I want. The things I want. Okay. Uh, man, 59:30. I can stop at 59:30. We're gonna stop there. I want one more minute. I wanted to go 60. 59:30. I'm gonna try to break this 59:30. I'm into that kind of that 60 minute. I haven't broken the 60-minute marker. If 59 is not all that bad. I feel like I'm settling. Okay, I'm gonna settle. I'll take it.